Good evening, and welcome back. Back to your favorite happy family simulator. Yes. Oop, there we go. Oop. And let's see, let's get that here. Make sure I have the right thing selected. There we go. Come on. What the Okay, now what the heck? What the heck happened here? Uh, excuse me? I am concerned. OBS is not what are you doing, OBS? I have the right thing selected. Because of oh my goodness. What is going on? Did I lose my little Peepo? Where'd my Peepo go? Peepo, come back! I miss you! Peepo! Peepo broke. Everything's breaking. What is going on? Well now I turn help? I have both display and game capture turned off. And it's it's still stuck there. Help, my computer is haunted. Let's see if it No, it's not going away. Okay, it was something with the PNG tuber thing. Okay, so then if I do that, and then that. Is that going to work? It's working now. But Peepo is still gone. You restart that program. Everything works great. Till it doesn't. Because I made a second state? I made a little Peepo with cookies. Maybe I need to make that go bye-bye. Well, I didn't make it, I used it. No, it's still not working there. Okay. Oh, I see. I messed up the... See what I did? There we go. Peepo is back. Thought this man was a professional streamer. I wish. I'm a professional streamer, but I'm also a professional computer breaker. Let's see. Oh, okay. Let's fix the people with cookies again. Let this take a moment. There we go. Now Peepo is eating cookies and he loves cookies. So I figured out what I did there. I selected the wrong source when I changed the window. I don't know if that makes sense, but anyway, I messed up, but I fixed it. Professional streamer, professional computer breaker, but also professional troubleshooter. I'm all three in one. Anyway, let's get this started. I've already taken enough time being a derp. Load. I did remember to load, or save. It would be very bad if I had forgotten to save. Okay. So where we left off, the adults were getting into it, and the cousins were enjoying their new room. The four of us cousins were enjoying our stories, just shooting the breeze. Anyway, there were both girls and guys here. Plus, we had people over a wide spread of ages. Adult, high school, and elementary school. Even if we just talked about our own lives, the other three kept listening attentively.
なんかやっと馴染んできたぜ。
I think I'm finally getting used to all this.
ジェシカもマリアも6年前からは想像もつかないくらい成長しちまったからよ。
Jessica and Maria have grown more than I could have imagined in the past 6 years.
正直なところ、少しだけ違和感を持ってたんだが、こうして話をしているうちに、中身はあの頃から何も変わってないことが分かったぜ。
To be honest, I was feeling a bit uncomfortable. But talking like this, I guess that on the inside, nothing's really changed since back then.
同じ言葉を返してやるよ。バトラだって6年ぶりだってのに全然変わってねえぜ。
I agree. You haven't changed a bit, even after 6 years.
図体がいくらでかくなっても中身は相変わらずお子様だってことだな。
Even though your body's gotten gigantic, you're still a kid inside.
マリアもお子様。
I'm a kid too.
マリアもお子様。
I'm a kid too.
マリアだっていつまでもお子様じゃねえぞ。
Well, even you aren't going to be a kid forever, are you, Maria?
お子様から可愛いお姫様に成長していくんだからな。
I mean, you're going to transform from a kid into a cute young lady, aren't you?
そうしたらまな板みてえな胸もすぐジェシカ並みになるぞ。
When that happens, that flat as a board chest will reach Jessica's level, huh? Excuse me, you're talking to a little kid, Battler.
そしたら揉ませてくれよ。約束だぞ。
Okay, I'm very concerned now. When that happens, you gotta let me touch him, okay? It's a promise. I'm very concerned.
揉ませる。約束する。
Let you touch him. Promise. Somebody smack this man and arrest him.
ダメだよマリアちゃん。そんな約束しちゃダメ。
No, Maria-chan. You can't make that kind of promise. That's bad.
約束したから揉ませる。
I promised, so I'll let him touch him.
マリア、約束は守る。
I keep my promises.
絶対守る。
Always keep them.
マリア、お前本当に素直ないい子だな。
Oh, excuse me. Maria, you really are an earnest, good girl.
お前と結婚する未来の旦那さんはきっと幸せ者だぜ。
Guy you marry is gonna be really lucky.
っていい話にすり替えつつ約束を保持してんじゃねえぜ。
Hey, stop trying to change the subject by making it sound pretty.
マリア、その約束はなし。
Maria, that promise never happened.
なし。
Never.
約束取り消し。
The promise is canceled?
やっぱりバトラ君も揃って4人で集まらないといとこが集合した気がしなかったね。
As I thought, without Battler-kun in our little quartet, this group of cousins just didn't feel complete.
この6年はやっぱり寂しかったよ。
These 6 years have been kind of lonely.
そうだな。こういうふざけた話にはならなかったな。
That's true. We didn't really goof off like this.
でも建設的な話はできてたと思ったぜ。
Still, we did have some pretty constructive conversations, right?
将来に対する心構えとか、受験とか就職とかよ。
Stuff about preparing for our future, exam taking, finding jobs.
へっへー、悪うございましたね。俺が来たらおまぬけなドタバタばっかりでよ。
Oh, I'm so sorry. Now that I'm here, we just talk about stupid stuff and mess around.
でもマリアは今年のが楽しい。
But I'm having more fun this year.
そうだね。僕も同感。今年が一番楽しいよ。
That's true. I agree. This year's the most fun yet. Maria's sincere words probably spoke for everyone present. George Aniki stroked Maria's head. She giggled like a happy kitten.
失礼いたします。お食事のご用意ができました。
Pardon me, your meal is ready. A timid knocking sound and the equally timid voice of a young woman came through the door. Jessica answered brightly.
Shannon! 入れよ!
Shannon, come in.
バトラは覚えてるだろ?
You remember Battler, right? Jessica stood up from the bed and opened the door. There stood a servant girl who must have been about our age.
ご無沙汰いたしております。バトラ様。
It's been quite some time since we last met, Battler-sama.
6年ぶりでございます。シャノンです。
It's nice to see you after 6 years. It's me, Shannon. Trembling a little as she noticed me, she bowed deeply.
ジェシカにも驚かされたが、シャノンちゃんにも驚かされたぜ。
Ah, Jessica had me surprised. But look at you, Shannon-chan.
あんたもすっかり美人になったじゃねえのよ。
You've turned into a total beauty too, haven't you?
もったいないお言葉。強烈に存じます。
You are too kind.
しかしよ、この島じゃよっぽど食事の栄養価が高いんじゃねえのか？
Still, the food on this island must be really nutritional, huh?
何を食ってどこを鍛えたらそんなにでっかいお胸になるんだか。
What are you eating and how are you training to get boobs that big? Yes, this is exactly how you greet someone you haven't seen in 6 years. Mm-hmm.
ジェシカとどっちがでけえかちょいと触って確かめさせてもらうぜ。
Guess I'll have to feel them a bit and see whether yours or Jessica's are bigger, okay? With both hands poised and saliva dripping from my mouth, I closed in. For the sake of justice and my personal honor, I'd like to point out that I don't suffer from some strange disease that makes my lymph nodes itch until I scratch my neck open, and which can only be prevented by fondling breasts. What? This is just a battler-style method of communication. If I slowly close in on her like this, odds are 8 or 9 out of 10 that I get slapped or clobbered, right? So I can use this Battler-sama original technique to spark a gag like that and break the ice. Well, it also means I do get to touch them on that 1 in 10 chance though, right? Hello there, Mommy Featherine. Do a little wiggle. Like that ever happened. At that point, my hands were less than a centimeter away from Shannon-chan's boobs, but the counter-strike had yet to come. Oh my. She blushed and lowered her head in embarrassment when she realized what was going on, but she just stood there with both hands politely joined in front of her, not even trying to resist or cover her breasts. Hey, I wasn't planning on this. Please hit me right now, or I'm seriously gonna... Which is why I was glad that Jessica chose that time to drive her elbow into the back of my head. Thank you so much, Jessica.
なんで 私が感謝されんだ？
Why the hell are you thanking me?
お？
いやいや、すまんぜ、シャノンちゃん。魅力的な胸に思わず吸着されそうになっちまった。
Seriously, my bad, Shannon-chan. I almost got overwhelmed by your hypnotic chest.
つうか、さすがにあの間合いまで来たら犯罪確定だろ。
More importantly, anyone who gets that close has to be a molester.
ダメだぜ、抵抗しなきゃよ。
You gotta fight back when people do that.
ですけど、
But you are
バトラ様は大切なお客様ですし。
an important guest, Battler-sama.
あのな、お客様でも犯罪は犯罪。
Now look here, a pervert's a pervert, whether he's a guest or not.
女の子の胸はだいたい10センチくらいからが防空識別圏だな。
A girl's chest has got an air defense identification range of... I'm sorry, I can't read that with a straight face. Of about 10 centimeters or so.
2センチ圏まで侵入してきたら、これはもう領空侵犯だぜ。スクランブル発進で即ビンタを食らわせてやれ。
Once someone trespasses within 2 centimeters, that's already an invasion of airspace. So you'd better scramble the jets immediately and give them an instant slap.
そんなことできません。
I couldn't do such a thing.
私たちは家具ですし。
Because we are, furniture. Of course she didn't want her breasts touched, but if a guest so desired, she was prepared to sacrifice herself to suit their wants. A girl like this needs some urgent protection.
今時こんな献身美徳な子がいるとは。
Billy, do we need a bonk? Somebody need a bonk over there. Her eyes are up there. To think such devoted girls still existed in this era.
軽いめまいすら覚えるぜ。
It's enough to make a man dizzy.
でもダメだ。
But no.
ダメなんだ。
No!
俺がいやらしい顔で迫る。
I'm coming at you with a perverted face again.
ハッタウス。
Knock me down!
いや、エッチ。
Look out! Pervert on the loose!
そういうお約束じゃないとオチがつかねえんだよ。頼むよ、お願いだよ。俺を引っ叩いてくれよ。
This gag can't end until you deliver the punchline, so slap me.
こう、バチンと。
Please.
バチンと。
Hit me!
お願いは家具ですから。
I think I skipped that too early. I cannot fulfill your request because I'm furniture.
でも命令ならお聞きします。
But if it were an order, I'd obey you.
それが務めですから。
Because that is my duty.
じゃあ命令させてもらうことにするよ。
Then I'll make it an order.
次からバトラ君が胸に触ろうとしてきたら平手打ちで反撃すること。
The next time Battler-kun tries to touch your breasts, counterattack with a slap.
いいね。
Got it?
はい、
Yes.
仰せつかりました。
As you wish.
以後そのようにさせていただきます。
From now on, that's what I'll do.
バトラ様、ご承知おきくださいませ。
Please understand, Battler-sama. Shannon announced this while bowing elegantly to me. Her expression was radiant. I gave her a thumbs up to show I was fine with that.
6年前はお手伝いさんの連れ子がついでにお手伝いみたいな印象だったんだけど、すっかり一人前の使用人さんだな。
6 years ago, you might have been mistaken for a servant's daughter who lent a hand at your parents' work. But now you're a full-fledged adult servant.
今年で何年になるんだ？
How long have you been working here?
はい、おかげさまで10年ほどお使いさせていただいております。
Well, I've had the pleasure of serving this household for about 10 years. She is moon runes. The kanji for her name are read as Shannon. Now here's another name that's far from typical for a Japanese person. Back in the day, I was a kid myself, so I accepted her name without paying it much attention. Thinking about it now, though, her name's pretty unusual, even though she's not a member of the Ushiromiya family. Maybe it's like a servant's professional name or something. If so, that might explain why her name's so similar to Kanon-kun, that kid I met earlier in the Rose Garden. She's a long-term servant who's served here since she was 6 years old. Her appearance had changed so much that I couldn't match her to the person of my memories, but we both knew each other 6 years ago. That shy part of her had always been there, but she did seem to have developed the allure you'd expect of a girl her age. Especially in her breasts. Yes.
さっき会ったカノ君は彼女の弟なんだよ。
That kid we met earlier, Kanon-kun, is her little brother.
弟というわけでは。
He's not exactly my little brother.
でも、私のことを姉と慕ってくれます。
Still, he loves me like a big sister.
何か失礼なことはしませんでしたか？
He didn't cause you any trouble, did he?
相変わらずいつも通りだぜ。
He's the same as always.
もうちょっと愛想よくすればいいのによ。もったいないやつ。
If only he were just a bit more sociable.
カノン君がご迷惑をおかけしたようで申し訳ございません。
I apologize if he's caused you any trouble.
別に迷惑なんか何も。
He didn't cause any trouble at all.
同じ男としてわかるさ。ありゃ気難しい年頃だ。
As a fellow man, I understand how moody you can get at that age.
愛想が悪いのは当たり前だぜ。
It's no surprise he's unsociable.
マリアもよく言われる。
I get called that all the time too.
愛想悪いって言われる。
I get called unsociable.
カノンと一緒。
Just like Canon.
マリア様は愛想悪くなんかありません。
You aren't unsociable at all, Maria-sama.
一緒がよかった。
Wanted to be like him.
食事の準備ができたんだっけ？
You said the meal was ready, right?
はい。
Ah, yes.
失礼いたしました。
I'm sorry.
お食事のご用意が整いましたので、皆様をお屋敷へご案内いたします。
Your meal has been fully prepared, so please allow me to guide you all to the mansion. Shannon bowed again formally and returned to her duty mode. We realized that if we made her stick around for any more light conversation, it would actually make it harder for her to do her job. We got up off our butts to avoid interfering with her work any further.
じゃあ、お屋敷に行こうか。
So, shall we go to the mansion?
みんなもお腹が空いてたところでしょ？
Everyone's probably hungry, right?
だな。ゴーダさんがいる時の飯は楽しみなんだよ。
Yeah. I'm really looking forward to Goda-san's food.
あの人、どこぞの有名ホテルでシェフをやってたらしくて、かなり料理の腕があるんだぜ。
That guy was apparently a chef at this famous hotel, so he's super good at cooking.
ほうほう、それ楽しみ。
Oh? I can't wait.
行こうぜマリア。
Let's go, Maria.
ガツガツ犬みたいに食い散らかすぞ。
We're gonna stuff ourselves like pigs.
犬みたいに食い散らかす。
Stuff ourselves like pigs.
ダメダメ。バトラ君の言うことはいちいち真に受けちゃダメだよ。
No, no. You can't take everything Battler-kun says seriously, okay?
全部冗談なんだから。
As he's always just joking around.
さあ、行こう行こう。
Okay, let's go. Under Shannon Chan's guidance, we headed towards the mansion. What a peaceful place. Met once again by the magnificent rose garden, we continued onward as the intimidating mansion of the Ushiromiya head family came into view. It had apparently been built shortly after the war. You could feel the dignity of almost a half-century hanging about it. The building was gorgeous on the surface, but old as it was, equipment such as its AC and heating were apparently quite frail. According to Jessica, midwinter was especially tough, what with all the drafts. Haven't these people ever heard of a kotatsu? Yeah, but if you sit under the kotatsu, you can't move. As we entered the entrance hall, an aged servant greeted us. Now him I remembered. Genji-san, who had been working here longer than anyone, filled the role of head servant.
バトラ様、お久しゅうございます。
Atalo-sama, it has been quite some time since we last met. As our eyes met, he greeted me with a calm, composed voice. His bow wasn't as graceful or as refined as Goda's, but despite its simplicity, communicated his feelings very well.
源氏さん、本当にお久しぶりっす。
Genji-san, it really has been a while.
お元気そうですね。
You look well.
おかげさまで、健やかに過ごさせていただいております。
Thank you. I have been quite well.
バトラ様こそ、ご立派になられました。
And Batlo-sama, you have become a splendid young man.
親方様の若き日に、少し似てこられましたな。
You are beginning to resemble the master in his youth.
俺がじい様に？
I look like grandfather.
ってことは、さぞやじい様は若い頃モテたろうな。
Guess that means grandfather was pretty popular with the ladies when he was young.
ここからはシャノンに代わって、私がご案内申し上げます。
From here on, I shall take Shannon's place and accompany you.
どうぞこちらへ。
Please, come this way. Shannon-chan bowed deeply and watched us leave. After that, we headed towards the dining room under Genji-san's guidance. Genji-san, just like Kumasawa-san, stood in stark contrast to us young people who had grown beyond recognition over the last 6 years. His appearance was exactly the same as in my memories from 6 years ago. It was as though time had stopped since we last met. Genji-san was an extremely quiet and diligent person. He was basically grandfather's close aide or caregiver, and you might even call him grandfather's companion of many years. In fact, it seems like he was by grandfather's side even more often than my late grandmother was. According to Jessica, grandfather trusted him more than any of his blood relatives. But I wonder how long he served. I never got the details, but I heard something about him being there since the very beginning, when this mansion was first constructed. Which would mean that he's dedicated half of his life to serving here. Easy to see why he's so trusted. As we passed through a massive hall that extended up onto the second story, a mansion with no separating floor, I spotted something that hadn't existed in my memory of 6 years ago. It was an awfully big portrait hanging right in front of the stairs that rose to the second floor. Without thinking, I stopped walking, captivated by it. Since I'd stopped so fast, Maria, who was following behind me, ran into my back.
もう
ああ、悪い。なあ、ジェシカ。
Sorry. Hey, Jessica.
あんな絵、前はあったっけ？
Has that picture always been there? I pointed at the big, prominently displayed portrait in the hall. Everyone else stopped, too.
ああ、そっか。バトラが来てた頃には、あれはかけられてなかったっけ？
Oh, right. When you last came here, that hadn't been hung yet, had it?
いつからだったかな。
When was it again?
確か、僕の記憶が正しければ、一昨年あたりだったと思うよ。
Well, if my memory doesn't fail me, it was put on display sometime around the year before last.
さようでございます。
You are correct, sir.
一昨年の4月に、親方様がかねてより画家に命じて描かせていたものを、あそこに展示なされたのでございます。
In April of the year before last, the master put it on display there, having previously ordered a painter to create it.
あのじいさまがね、
Grandfather did that,
わざわざ描かせてか。
so he paid to have it painted just for him, huh? The portrait suited this western mansion, and the woman in that elegant dress gave off a sense of refinement. I couldn't have guessed her age, but her sharp eyes and the strong will she seemed to possess made her look youthful. She seemed somehow different from the composed, middle-aged women you often see in famous pictures. If she'd had normal black hair, I might have assumed it was a portrait of my long-deceased grandmother in her prime. However, she had beautiful blonde hair, didn't look Japanese at all.
んで、誰だい？このご婦人はよ。
So, just who is this lady? Maria answered that simple question enthusiastically, as though proud she knew the answer.
マリア知ってる。ベアトリーチェ。
I know. She's Beatrice.
なんだって？
What?
ベアトリーチェ、魔女だよ。
Beatrice. She's a witch.
バトラ君は昔聞かされたことない？
Didn't you ever hear stories about her long ago?
魔女？って、この島の？
A witch? You mean the witch of this island? I think I already said this, but Rongenjima is a small island, only 10 only 10 kilometers in circumference. However, that's actually pretty massive, considering that that only the Ushiromiya family lives here. So only the harbor and the area around the mansion were set up to be lived in. Beyond that, the island remained as untouched as when it was uninhabited. The vast and empty forest had absolutely no lights, phones, or people passing through. To understand how dangerous that is, you need to forget your common sense as a city dweller. After all, if you happen to fall down a hole in the depths of the forest and sprain your ankle, no one would come save you, no matter how much you cried or screamed. Then, once the sun went down, the forest would be wrapped in complete darkness, since there were no streetlights. And since there were no signs, it'd be easy to get lost and confused, losing your sense of direction inside that dark forest. Nowadays, most people see a forest as a peaceful place. But to the people of bygone eras, before the light of civilization drove out the night, forests were geographically separated from civilization as the sea. They were oceans above the ground. Fishermen who go out into the ocean are putting their lives at risk, despite their technical knowledge. In the same way, hunters who go out to the forest are in danger, despite having specialized knowledge of their own. If children were to go play in such a dangerous forest, something terrible might happen. Someone's parents must have thought so. Maybe grandmother first said it. Or maybe it was grandfather himself. Or perhaps the story has been passed down on the island since ancient times. There's a terrible witch in the forest, and you must not go in. At some point, this ghost story of Rokkenjima was born. This is the legend of Rokkenjima's switch. That's why, when we talk about a witch on this island, we're referring to the master of that vast and savage forest. Come to think of it, when I stayed at this mansion as a little kid, during those eerie nights when the wind and rain pounded on the windows, I remember being terrified by a story of the forest witch who roamed around searching for human sacrifices. So, Beatrice, huh? When Aniki mentioned it, I searched my memory and was sure I recalled hearing a name like that when I was little.
なるほどな。しかし、あの魔女伝説の魔女に、ベアトリーチェなんておしゃれな名前がついてたとは、とんと忘れてたぜ。
I see. Still, I totally forgot that the witch in that legend had an elegant name like Beatrice.
じいさまめ。孫たちが信じないもんだから、わざわざ絵に描きやがったか
So, did grandfather go out of his way to have a portrait made, just because we grandchildren didn't believe the story?
じいさまの妄想の中の魔女だよ。
She's the witch from grandfather's delusions.
この絵を掲げた頃から、現実と幻想の区別がつかなくなり始めた。
Ever since he had this picture hanged, he's been having a harder and harder time telling the difference between truth and fantasy.
私たちにとっては想像の中の魔女に過ぎないけど、じいさまにとっては、彼女はこの島にいる存在。
Plus, she's just a witch that exists in grandfather's mind. But to him, she's a being that exists on this island.
いる。
Exists.
だから、それを理解することができない私たちにもわかるよう、あの絵を描かせたって言うんだけど。
He says he had that painting made because because the rest of us would be incapable of understanding otherwise.
気持ち悪いったらありゃしないぜ。
Whole thing's creepy as hell.
お嬢様、親方様にとっては大切な肖像画です。
Milady, this portrait is precious to the master.
親方様の前でそのようにおっしゃられることがございませんよう、固くお願い申し上げます。
I beg of you, do not say such things in front of him.
わかってるぜ。頼まれても言わねえよ。
I know. Even if you didn't tell me, I'd never do something like that. Jessica glanced at the portrait with an irritated gaze before turning away.
行こうよ。食堂にみんなを待たせてるよ。
Let's go. We're making everyone wait in the dining room.
お腹すいた。
I'm hungry. Only a small portion of this island was controlled by the Ushiromiya family. All of the lawless remainder was the domain of the witch, Beatrice. You might even call her the true ruler of Rokkenjima. I felt a faint revival of that unsettling sense of misfortune, which I'd felt when I'd learned of the tutelary god's shrine being struck by lightning. And I remembered that Kumasawa-san tried to tell an ominous story about Rokkenjima before Jessica stopped her. I don't know what she was planning to tell us about this island, but I do know one thing. It isn't the Ushiromiya family that rules Rokkenjima. It's the witch, Beatrice. That's right. After all, this is the witch's island.
遅い。
Rattler! Ah, you're slow. When I looked around, everyone was already heading towards the dining room. I hurriedly chased... My tongue is not listening to me. I hurriedly chased after them. We walked up to the huge double doors that led to the dining room. Genji-san knocked.
お子様方をお連れいたしました。
I have brought the children.
失礼いたします。
Please pardon the intrusion. The doors were opened, and we were invited inside. Ah, the light! The dining room, which looked exactly like you'd imagine a rich person's dining room to be, had a super long table that was obviously positioned with no purpose other than to make the guests conscious of their rank. Our parents were already sitting in accordance with that ordering.
遅いぞガキども。早く席に着けよ。
You're late, brats. Hurry up and take a seat. The old bastard pressed us to sit. The only gaps in that group of people were the spots we were supposed to sit, which only made us feel our tardiness all the more. The seat at the head of the table, called the incipient's chair, was for the most highly ranked, reserved for grandfather. It was still empty. He probably wanted to show up last for dramatic effect. From the perspective of someone facing the incipient's chair, head on, the seating order went from left to right, with the lower ranking seats progressing in rows of 2 further away from it. So the left-hand side of the first row, closest to the incipient's chair, was where Uncle Kraus should have sat, since he was the second highest in rank. It looked like he hadn't arrived yet, so that seat was empty. Across from his chair, on the right side of the first row, sat the eldest daughter of the family, Aunt Ava, who was the third highest in rank. The left-hand side of the second row was for the fourth highest in rank. There sat my damn dad, Rudolph, the third of the siblings. Across from him, on the right side of the second row, sat Aunt Rosa, the youngest sibling. At this point, you might expect their husbands and wives to come next. But nope. The left-hand seat in the third row, ranked number 6, belonged to Jessica. Opposite her was George Aniki. I sat next to Jessica, and Maria sat across from me. Then, finally, next to me on the left-hand side of the fifth row, sat Aunt Natsuhi, the 10th highest in rank. Opposite her was Uncle Hideyoshi. Next to Aunt Natsuhi, in the 6th row and the final seat on the left-hand side, sat Kirie-san. The seat opposite to Kirie-san was empty, even though silverware had been set there and everything. According to this ranking system, that spot was where Aunt Rosa's husband should be sitting. Even though he wasn't supposed to be coming, his place was made up. Normally, ranking systems of this sort give spouses equal positions as their partners, but the Ushiromiya family's system was unique. Maybe it's a remnant of male chauvinism. If you start with the assumption that a woman's womb is just something to be borrowed, then the children of direct descent would come first, directly followed by the grandchildren. In other words, spouses have no blood ties and are therefore placed at the end of the line. It's terrible, but by this system, my grandmother would be ranked even lower than me if she was still alive. In their youth, they obey their father. After they get married, their husband. After aging, their children. There's the old saying, women have no home in any realm. Long ago, when I was still incapable of figuring this all out, I thought it was so great that we could all chat in our little groups, adult siblings with adult siblings, and cousins with cousins. However, now that I can re-examine the seating order after growing up a bit, it stirs up some very complicated feelings in me. Aunt Natsuhi, who was married to the eldest son, and was the de facto number 2 in managing this family, sat to my right. which meant that she was 2 steps lower than me in the ranking order. It's hard to imagine what might be going on inside her heart. That's why I made a small apologetic gesture towards her before sitting down.
お久しぶりですね、バトラ君。
How nice to see you, Battler-kun.
ずいぶん背が伸びましたね。
You've grown quite tall, haven't you?
ああ、はい。
Oh, yep.
食ったり食べたり食事したりしてたら、いつの間にかこんな身長に。
6 long years of eating well, sampling various cuisines, and deriving sustenance from Mother Earth's bountiful gifts. Hard work, but I pulled through.
さすが男の子ね。
Growing just like a boy, I see.
身長はいくつくらいあるの？
How tall are you now?
180かな。
I guess about 180 centimeters?
つうかおばさん、そこは食べてばっかりじゃねえかって突っ込んでくださいよ。
But Aunt Natsui, that's where you're supposed to say, heck, sounds like all you did was eat.
え？
Huh?
ああ。ごめんなさいね。
Oh, I'm sorry. After a short pause, she did laugh with me, but it seemed she couldn't quite figure out what she was supposed to be laughing at. This woman is Aunt Natsuhi. She's the wife of the eldest son of the family, meaning she's my father's older brother's wife. I really want to make a Spaceballs reference there. Is it simpler if I just call her Jessica's mother? It feels bad to say it like this, but while I didn't exactly dislike her, I didn't particularly like her either. She hardly ever spoke with us kids, and all my memories of her involve her talking to the adults about complicated things, with a scary look on her face. In fact, since we hardly ever exchanged words, I spent a long time trying to figure out how I should approach her. Though my efforts seem to have ended in failure. The silverware sat neatly on the table, but the meal itself hadn't been brought in yet. As a general rule, you couldn't start a meal until the person sitting at the head of the table arrived. So, as long as grandfather didn't come, lunch would be put on hold indefinitely. Not even the appetizers would arrive. Simply put, the silence in this room was caused by our parents enduring their hunger while they waited for grandfather to arrive. However, the grandfather from my memories would always show up on time to meals like this. He was the kind of person who would never be so late that it kept everyone waiting, especially after the entire group had arrived.
遅えな、じいさま。
Grandfather's pretty late.
俺の記憶じゃ、時間に厳格な人だったと思うんだけどな。
As far as I can remember, he was always strict about time.
まあ、6年前はそうだったかもな。最近はそうでもねえよ。
Well, that might have been true 6 years ago, but it hasn't been that way lately.
というか、もう自分の世界オンリーって感じで、会食にも顔を出さねえぜ。
In fact, he's off in his own little world so often that he doesn't even show up at family meals.
さすがに今日くらいは足並みを揃えてくれるって思ってたんだけどな。
Still, I figured he'd at least come down today.
まあ、私は来ない方が気楽で嬉しいけどよ。
Then again, I feel a lot more relaxed and happy without him.
ジェシカ！
When her mother scolded her, Jessica stuck her tongue out and looked away. No way around it. Might as well wait until our host arrives. When I glanced at the clock, I saw that it was almost 12:20. Ushiromiya Kinzo, the aged family head of the Ushiromiya head family. This man could be seen in his study. The clock had already passed noon, but he didn't even attempt to rise from his seat. With his spectacles on, he built up a growing pile of books with elaborate bindings, which he then read intently. You couldn't really say that he was having too much fun to stop. Rather, he filled the room with a sense of impatience, perhaps a sense of impending danger, as though every second wasted was a tragedy. In the sealed room, a dense dust danced through the air, which was thick with the stench of chemicals that exuded a mix of suspicious odors. Those odors were somehow sweet and heavy. If anyone with a normal nose came in here, the first thing they'd do would be to open a window and ventilate this room. The knocking against the study door had been going on for a while. A voice calling, "Father," sometimes mingled with the knocks. As Kinzo heaved a deep sigh, he snapped shut the old book in his hands and slammed it on the table. Then he yelled at Kraus, who was still knocking on the door.
Yakamoshi!
Silence!
その音を止めぬか、愚か者!
Enough with that racket, you fool!
叩けば扉は開かれると誰が教えた?
Who told you the door would be opened if you but knocked?
そのバカ者は貼り付けにしたぞ.
I'll crucify the imbecile.
お前もそうされたいのか?
Do you wish to suffer the same fate?
お父さん、年に一度の親族会議の日ではありませんか?
Father, this is the day of the family conference, which happens only once a year, is it not?
皆下に集まっています。
Everyone's gathered down below.
どうかおいでください。
Please, come out. Kraus called out to his father through the door. Kinzo always shut himself up in the study, hating it when nearly anyone, even his family, entered the room. For that reason, Kraus had no choice but to call him from the corridor like this.
私にかがうでない。皆とは何か、私をここから引きずり出そうとする者どもなのか?
Molest me not. Just who is this everyone of which you speak? Do you mean the fools trying to drag me out of here?
ならば殺してしまい!
Then kill them all!
バラバラにして薪にして魔女の炉にくべてしまい!
Tear them apart, use their bodies for firewood, and feed them into the witch's hearth.
その炉には鍋をかけて苦いおもぎを煮るがいい.
Put a pot in that hearth to boil the wormwood.
黙示録の煮汁はそれでも私をここから連れ出そうとするバカ者どもに飲ませてやれ.
Force the imbeciles who dare to try to lure me out of here to drink the broth of the apocalypse.
残りは酒につけるのだ.
I'll soak their dregs in liquor.
ああ、源氏はどこだ?
Where is Genji?
源氏を呼べ!
Call for Genji.
苦害の麻酒を用意させろ.
Have my demonic absinthe prepared.
緑の妖精のささやきが届かぬ.
The whispering of the green fairy reaches me no longer.
ああ、源氏はどこだ? 源氏を呼べ!
Where is Genji? Bring him here. That's some... Yeah, I think that demonic absinthe has some psychedelic effects. On the other side of the door, Kraus, Nanjo, and Genji kept waiting for the master of the house, who stubbornly refused to come out.
すっかり嫌われてしまったようだ。
Looks like he hates me to the core.
もう私の声では何も届かんよ。
My voice doesn't reach him anymore. Kraus shrugged as though saying it's no use. He smiled bitterly. From the beginning, he hadn't really expected his father to respond to his calls. However, since it was the duty of the eldest son, he had tried as a formality.
金蔵さん、あんたの顔を見に息子や娘や孫たちが来てるんじゃないか。
Kinzo-san, your sons, daughters, and grandchildren have come to see you, have they not?
ちょっと顔を見せてやったらどうだね。
Could you just let them see your face, if only for a short while?
うるさい、黙れ。
Shut up! Be silent!
私に意見するというか南條。
You dare to admonish me, Nanjo?
貴様など呼んではおらぬ。私は源氏を呼べと言ったのだ。
I never told anyone to get you. I told them to get Genji.
さあ急げ、すぐに呼べ。
Now call for him immediately.
時間は常に有限だ。人たちはすでにラッパを構えているぞ。なぜにそれがわからぬか、愚かな羊どもめ。
Time is short, and the apostles are already readying their trumpets. So why can't you foolish sheep understand? Kinzo slammed an old heavy book against the table over and over. That racket clearly expressed his great displeasure. Kinzo put his spectacles down and flew up from his chair. He spread his arms wide open, as if to sing to a packed opera house, as if appealing to someone, and yelled,
なぜだ。なぜにいつも私には邪魔が入るのか。
Why? Why is there always something in my way?
すべてを捨てよう。すべてを捧げよう。その見返りに私は一つしか求めないというのに。
I would throw it all away. I would offer up everything. There is only one thing I ask in repayment.
おー、ベアトリーチェ。お前の微笑みをもう一度見られるならば、私は世界中から美少を奪い取り、すべてをお前に捧げよう。
Oh, Beatrice, if I could see your smile but one more time, I would plunder the smiles of the earth and offer them all up to you.
おお、イナゴの軍団長たちよ。世界中から美少を刈り取り収穫せ。
Oh, commanders of the legions of locusts, reap the smiles of the earth. That was an actual cough. Oh my.
はあ、すべてが汚らわしい。すべてが煩わしい。
Everything is filthy. Everything is irksome.
なぜこの貴重な一日に私は邪魔を受けねばならぬのか。
Why must I suffer this impediment on this most precious of days? I need to cough up a hairball.
源氏を呼べ。
Call for Genji!
何を怒鳴ってるのかもさっぱりだな。
I have no idea what he's yelling about.
もう頭がどうにかなっているのだろう。
He's probably lost his mind by now.
クラウスさん、実のお父さんに、そりゃあんまりじゃないかね。
Well, son, isn't it a bit harsh to say such a thing of your own father?
親父はすでに死んでいる。
My father is already dead.
ここにいるのは親父だったものの幻さ。
There's nothing here but a phantom of what father once was.
いずれにせよ本人にここを出る意思がない以上どうにもならんね。
At any rate, as long as he has no intention of coming out, there's nothing we can do.
金蔵さん。
Choking coughs continue to pour from the study.
私は下に戻る。
I'm going back downstairs.
ゴーダの自慢のランチをこれ以上無駄に冷ましてしまうことはない。
It'd be a waste to let the fruits of Goda's prized cooking talent get any colder.
親類たちにとって当家での数少ない楽しみだろうからな。
One of the few things our relatives can look forward to when they come to this house. Kraus spun around. He looked at his watch, mumbling and acting as though he had wasted time doing something he knew would be in vain.
源氏さん、親父殿がお呼びだ。
Genji-san, father is calling for you.
相手を頼む。
Keep him company.
かしこまりました。
Certainly.
南條先生、食事に行きましょう。
Dr. Nanjo, let's go eat.
いつまでもここにいると、この甘い匂いで味覚までおかしくなってしまう。
If we stay here any longer, this sweet stench will ruin our sense of taste. Without waiting for Nanjo, Kraus went downstairs. Genji urged Nanjo to go and eat. Nanjo glanced between the study door and Kraus's back as the latter disappeared down the stairs and let out a deep sigh.
すまんが、源氏さん、頼みます。
Sorry, Genji-san, but please allow me to leave this in your hands.
はい。お任せください。
Yes, please leave it to me.
お酒はなるべく与えないように。
Do what you can to avoid giving him alcohol.
あれは常習性が強すぎる。
That's a habit that's far too difficult to break.
源氏はまだか。
Is Genji not here yet?
何者が源氏を阻んでいるというのか。
Who dares keep Genji from coming?
源氏はどこだ。源氏を呼べ。
Ah, where's Genji? Call for Genji.
さあ、ここはお任せください。
Please, allow me to handle the situation here.
すみませんな。
Very well. Forgive me. Nanjo bowed slightly and descended the stairs. Genji watched him leave, then knocked on the study door.
親方様、源氏でございます。
Master, it is Genji.
源氏か。何故私をこれほどに待たすのか。
Genji, why have you kept me waiting for so long?
そこには誰もおるまいな。
You're alone, I trust?
はい。私だけでございます。
Correct. I am alone. Kinzo returned to his seat in the study and pressed an old-fashioned switch on the table. After a small delay, the heavy sound of the door unlocking could be heard. Kinzo was convinced that his family wanted to make a mess of his study. Or perhaps someone had once opened the window for some air and ended up scattering things out, or things that, to him, were important research materials, leaving him in a terrible mood. Kinzo had outfitted his room with a formidable lock, preventing anyone from entering without his permission, and thereby sealing himself in a jail of his own making. Genji, who he trusted the most, was relatively free to enter the room, but even that didn't always hold. If Kinzo was in a bad mood, even Genji wouldn't be able to enter. Anyone else would be limited to holding a conversation through the door, unable to even see Kinzo's face. And most of the time, what they got could hardly be called a conversation. However, this didn't trouble the rest of the family much. After all, it just wasn't worth the effort to disturb this aging family head, who was impossible to please and always stayed shut away, immersed in his research. Taking advantage of his refusal to leave his room, they supported his isolation, putting his care entirely into the hands of the servants.
源氏、いつものやつを頼む。
Genji, my usual.
私は忙しい。
I'm busy.
はい。
Yes, sir. Genji headed to a corner of the study. There, suspicious-looking bottles boasting venomous colors were on display. They were actually liquor, but considering the shady atmosphere of this room, one might easily suspect them of being some ghastly poison. Inside the study, mysterious collections of books gathered by Kinzo had grown into a mountain. They were bizarre, ancient, or banned books, all of them either forbidden, cursed, or sealed. But if you tried to call them old books, Kinzo would fly into a rage and say, "Call them grimoires!" There were also many mysterious objects that presumably held some meaning with regards to black magic, like candles suspiciously melted and molded into strange shapes. The constellations drawn on a certain celestial globe contained quite a few shapes that would draw puzzled looks from anyone familiar with today's night sky. The carelessly strewn about books contained many illustrations, all of them of a religious or mysterious nature, including some depicting demonically grotesque subjects or bizarre diagrams of various magic circles. And above all, a sweet, poisonous smell filled the room, profoundly assaulting the eyes and noses of those who entered for the first time. Eventually, it must surely make a person go numb and lose their grip on reality. Inside that study, Genji prepared Kinzo's usual drink with a well-trained hand. No one would even think of drinking such an ominous dark green liquid in that complex and ornate glass, unless someone first told them it was alcohol. He poured a little into the glass. Then he placed a cube of sugar in a strangely shaped spoon and poured water from a pitcher over it. Strangely, when the transparent water was poured, the dark green liquid turned to cloudy white. It was a strange optical illusion, as though the water had caused a chemical reaction and made the drink become even more unrecognizable as liquor. Then Genji added original flavors Kinzo loved, fine-tuning its taste. There was no recipe. Its success was measured only by Kinzo's mood swings when he drank it, and it had taken Genji many decades to learn how to do it right. Genji placed the glass on a tray and walked over to Kinzo. By this time, Kinzo was gazing out the window.
どうぞ、親方様。
Here, master.
ああ、すまん。
Thank you. Kinzo had regained his composure. He was now unrecognizable as the shouting, screaming, yelling man from a few moments ago. Looking at this man from behind as he tilted his glass and gazed down at the scenery below the beyond the window, he projected a sense of dignity and intelligence. To allow Kinzo to set his glass down at any time, Genji motionlessly waited behind Kinzo and to his left, as though he were a living sideboard. Then, without averting his eyes from the window, Kinzo held out his glass. There was only a mouthful remaining. It was not a gesture intended to set it on the tray, but a motion to hand the glass over to Genji.
飲め、我が友よ。
Drink, my friend.
もったいないお言葉です。
Your words are far too kind for me.
私とお前の中に儀礼はいらぬ。
No need for ceremony between us.
飲め、友よ。
Drink, my friend.
いただきます。
Thank you. That's not what itadakimasu means, but Genji respectfully received the glass and inclined it a little, to taste its contents. After that, he gulped it down.
お前が作るのを真似ているのだが、どうにも同じ味が出ぬ。
I attempted to imitate your concoction, but no matter how I try, I cannot replicate the taste.
お前が作る方がうまい。
The way you make it is pure relish.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much.
親方様のご指導の賜物です。
It is the fruit of your guidance, master. Kinzo smiled at his loyal subject, who refused to put aside rank even when asked to. However, he was not making fun of him. His smile was relaxed, as though chuckling at a close friend's old, unshakable habit.
互いに老いたな。
We have grown old together.
年を数えることも忘れてすでに久しい。
I stopped counting the years long ago.
今日まで過ごすことをお許しいただけたのも、すべて親方様のおかげでございます。
It is entirely thanks to you, Master, that I have been able to live like this until today. Kinzo gave a faint smile, as if to say he didn't need any flattery.
今日まで本当によく私に仕えてくれた。
Until now, you have served me exceedingly well.
息子たちは誰もが私を変人呼ばわりした。
My sons call me eccentric.
大勢いた使用人も皆私を恐れてやめていった。
The servants that were once many have all quit in fear of me.
お前だけが今でも私に仕えてくれる。
Only you serve me even now.
もったいないお言葉です。
The words are more than I deserve.
私の余命もそう長くはあるまい。
My life will not last much longer.
息子たちは私の遺産がいつ転がり込んでくるかをうろうろ待つハゲタカばかりだ。
My sons are vultures, lazily waiting for my inheritance to fall into their hands.
クラウスの愚か者は金を湯水のように使い、1枚の金貨を売るのに2枚の金貨を捨てておる。
Kraus is a fool who squanders money like water, who throws away 2 gold coins to obtain 1.
それで金を稼げたなどと妄言を。
And then he has the gall to claim that he's earned money.
エヴァは金の亡者だ。あやつは私を鶏か何かだと思っておる。
Ava is a slave to money, who thinks of me as a mere chicken.
死んだらガラにして出汁まで取る気だ。
When I die, she plans to use my bones to make a broth.
ルドルフの間抜けは女遊びばかり。
That dunce Rudolph just wants to fool around with women.
ローザはどこの馬の骨ともわからん男の赤ん坊など産みおって。
Rosa bore the baby of a man who came from nowhere, and about whom we know nothing.
ジェシカは無能で無学だ。
Jessica is incompetent and uneducated.
ジョージには男としての器がない。
George has none of what it takes to be a man.
バトラーは後宮家の栄誉を自ら捨ておった愚か者だ。
Battler is a fool who threw away the honor of the Ushiromia family.
マリアなど見るのも汚らわしい。
And Maria is obscene to the eye.
なぜだ、なぜに後宮の血はこうも無能なのか。
Why is the Ushiromia blood so incompetent?
私の築き上げた栄光を受け継ぐにふさわしい者はおらんのか。
Is there no one worthy to inherit the glory I built?
ああ、わかっておるとも。これがベアトリーチェの呪いであることもわかっておる。
Ah, of course. I know this is part of Beatrice's curse. I know it.
黄金の魔女め、それが私への復讐のつもりか。
You golden witch. Are you trying to take revenge against me in this way?
憎みたくば憎むがよい。
If you want to hate me, then do so.
逃げたければ逃げるがよい。
If you want to run away, then run.
逃がさぬ、逃がさぬ、逃がさぬ、逃がさぬわ。
I won't let you go. I won't let you go, won't let you go, won't let you go.
お前は私のものだ。
You belong to me.
常に私の腕の中でなくてはならん。
You must always be in my arms.
私の生涯のすべてなのだ。
For all my life.
我が鳥かごにて永遠に私だけに囁き続けるのだ。
You must stay in my birdcage for all eternity, whispering only to me.
ベアトリーチェ、なぜに微笑み返してはくれぬ。
Beatrice, why won't you smile back at me?
ベアトリーチェ。
After howling, Kinzo choked once again. Genji set the tray and glass down and rubbed his master's back. Genji's facial expression did not change. It was always like this. Thank you, my friend. When his seemingly deranged fit subsided, Kinzo regained his composure once again. It was like seeing two different people, a wild Kinzo and a composed Kinzo, living together inside one body. And so, I have decided. I cannot bear to spend my dimmed remaining years procrastinating like this. If I have one final coin to bet, then I choose to abandon it to the whims of the demon's roulette. The power of magic is always determined by the risk of the gamble. Like visiting a shrine at the hour of the ox in ancient Japanese sorcery, to nail a curse doll to a tree. Magical power is produced specifically because of the risk that it will be seen within the 7 days the curse takes. The greater the risk, the stronger the magic power will be.
神話に登場する数々の奇跡は天文学的リスクに奇跡的な低確率を得て成就した驚愕すべき魔力の結晶なのだと言える。
Many miracles that happened in myth might be called the crystallization of shocking magic power, with a low probability of occurrence, an astronomical risk.
モーゼが海を割ったのは神の奇跡ではない。
That Moses parted the waters of the sea was not a miracle of God.
蹂躙の計りに乗せられ軍勢によって航海に追い詰められた絶体絶命のリスクが奇跡の魔力を生んだのだ。
The risk of that desperate situation, cornered by soldiers on the Red Sea shores, weighed upon the scales of slaughter and gave birth to that miraculous magic power.
同じことが同じ規模で繰り返されようとも再び海が割れることはないだろう。
If the same thing occurred again on the same scale, the sea would surely fail to part.
なぜならモーゼは力ある者たちのルーレットの麻生木ナユタをかけたよりも多く存在する目の中に一つだけ刻まれた奇跡を見事引き寄せることができたからだ。
After all, Moses was able to magnificently summon a miracle engraved on but one of the countless, innumerable results on the roulette of those with power.
その天文学的確率に勝利できる力。
That is the force that can triumph over astronomical odds.
そう、奇跡をつかみ取る運気はすなわち魔力なのだ。
Indeed, good fortune that can grasp miracles is magical power itself.
強大な魔力を得るためには絶望的なリスクを背負わねばならぬ。
To obtain this mighty power, one must face the risk of despair.
魔力持たぬ者はそれを賭けでなく自暴自棄と呼ぼう。
Those who possess no magical power may call that desperation rather than a bet.
しかし真に魔力ある者はその奇跡をつかみ取り神秘を成就させるのだ。
However, people who truly do possess magic power can grasp hold of that miracle and make the enigma come into being.
もしも私にその魔力があるならば
And if that power exists within me,
私はその奇跡をつかみ取るだろう。生涯を費やした願いを実現できるだろう。
I'll seize that miracle. I'll have a chance at making the wish I devoted my life towards coming true. Or the wish I devoted my life towards come true. Ginzo looked up to the sky outside the window. He spread his arms as if appealing to someone up in the skies.
もし私にその奇跡を手にする資格があったなら
If only I were capable of grasping that miracle.
おおベアトリーチェお前の愛くるしい笑顔をもう一度だけ見せてくれ
Beatrice, show me your lovely smile once more.
どれほどの月日を経ようともお前の面影が消えることはない
No matter how much time passes, your face does not vanish.
ただお前の美少が見たいそれだけだ
I just want to see your smile. That is all.
お前から授かったものを全て返そう
I'll return everything you granted me.
あの日からの栄光を全てお前に返そう
I'll return all the glory I've gained since that day.
富も名誉も黄金もいらぬ
I don't need fortune, prestige, or gold.
お前に授かった全てを返そう
I'll return everything you gave me.
私はただお前の美少が見たいだけなのだ
I just want to see your smile.
ご賞だベアトリーチェ
I beg you, Beatrice. His nonsensical yells became a scream, and then a wail. Ginzo slumped to the floor, tearing at it with both hands. Genji had no choice but to wordlessly watch over his master's lamentations. This is fine.
やあ諸君
Well, ladies and
当
gentlemen,
主様は具合が優れられないとのことだ
the family head's health is not at its best.
せっかくこうして1年ぶりの会合に集まってくれた諸君と昼食を共にできないことを非常に残念にしておられた
He seemed extremely sad not to be able to share lunch with you all, now that you've gathered for this event that occurs but once a year.
ゴーダランチを始めてくれ
Goda, let the lunch begin.
かしこまりました。それでは本日の昼食を始めさせていただきます。
Certainly. I shall begin today's luncheon.
南條先生、そんなにお父様のお具合は悪いの？
Dr. Nanjo, is father's condition really that bad?
せめて顔くらい見せてくれてもいいわよね。
Couldn't he have at least let us see his face?
体調というよりは機嫌ですな
It's more of a problem of mood than of physical condition.
こればかりはつける薬がありませんので
And for that, there's no medicine I can prescribe.
おいおい機嫌ってまたかよそりゃないぜ
Hey, are we talking about his mood again? You gotta be kidding me.
こちとら秋のクソ忙しい時期にスケジュール都合してご機嫌伺いに来てるんだ
We took time out of our schedules during this damn busy autumn season just to come and find out how he's doing.
それをよ
Now he's...
よかったじゃないかルドルフ
And you should be happy, Rudolph.
ご機嫌は伺えたんだ
You now know how he's doing.
それとも不機嫌な親父殿を私に代わりお前が説得して連れてきてくれるのかね
Or what? Would you rather take my place and try to persuade our ill-humored father to come join us?
まさか
You kidding? Rudolph shrugged. Apparently, though Rudolph was willing to be indignant at how self-centered his father was, he wasn't particularly disappointed to be spared a face-to-face meeting.
夕食までにはその機嫌治りそうなの？クラウス兄さん。
Does it seem like his mood will improve before dinner, Kraus-Nisa?
そんなことは知らんよ親父殿に直接聞いてみるといい
I have no idea. If you want to know that, you should ask him directly.
もっとも、声をかけない方が機嫌の治りは早いと思うがね。
Although, I think his mood will improve faster if we don't bother him.
源氏さんだけだよ。じい様の機嫌を直せるのは。
Genji-san's the only one who can get grandfather out of a funk.
情けないぜ。自分の親の機嫌を使用人に直させるんだからよ。
It's pretty pathetic, though, making the servants deal with your own parents' bad mood.
ジェシカ、余計なことは言わなくていい。
Jessica, don't speak out of turn. She'd planned for her complaint to be heard only by her cousins, but it had reached even Krause's ears. Scolded, Jessica scowled and turned away, sulking.
機嫌がうんぬんってことは、病状はそんな悪くないんじゃねえの？
If he's as cranky as they make him sound, he can't be that terribly sick, right?
元気がないってんならともかく、機嫌が悪いってのは、少なくとも気はしっかりしてる証拠だぜ。
I mean, excuse me. They're saying he's in a bad mood, not that he's got no energy, which at least proves that he's got his wits about him.
おじい様は特に強い気力をお持ちだからね。
It's because grandfather has especially strong willpower.
でも、体が必ずしもそれに伴えるとは限らないよ。
However, that doesn't necessarily mean his body will be able to keep up.
去年からずっと、余命3ヶ月って言われ続けてる。
Since last year, they keep saying that he has 3 months left.
最初の診断が正しいなら、おじい様は気力だけで流られてるってことになる。
The initial diagnosis was correct. Grandfather has been prolonging his life by willpower alone.
気遣ってあげないといけないよ。
It's right for us to worry about him. Lunch started with the family head's seat still empty. The man who should be sitting there had already grown old. The brilliant glory which had rebuilt the Ushiromiya family in the span of a single lifetime was being forgotten. Even though they were beginning the meal with that seat still empty, no one felt that it was that odd anymore. Oh. Glass shattered. It is now 1:30. The Ushiromiya Family Conference was held once every year on the first weekend of October. If a normal family were to hold a so-called family conference, you'd expect it to be nothing more than a reunion of rarely seen relatives who greet each other around buckets of sushi or something. However, part of the family's great fortune had been lent out to grandfather's children, and no one in this family was considered an adult until they had met with success in business. So this meeting was literally a conference. How much of the fortune was invested? What sort of business was conducted? How much profit was earned? As a result, how much of the fortune borrowed from the main family could be repaid? Or possibly, how much more would be borrowed for future business ventures? What lessons had they learned, and what could they learn from their mistakes? It seems that topics like these were discussed very seriously in the past. My dad said it was like lying on a bed of nails. Apparently, it used to be a very serious family meeting, where people were bathed in scornful and angry voices, and some people even got slapped despite their age. However, that had become a thing of the past. Now, with everyone pursuing their own business ventures and achieving success, it was becoming more of a normal yearly get-together. Even so, telling grandfather about recent events was extremely stressful. So while it was nothing more than a simple get-together for us grandchildren, it was still a real stomachache for our parents. The absence of the man who was the source of all this trouble, regardless of the reason, probably made today's lunch taste much more delicious. The phrase, While the demon is not around, everyone can relax, comes to mind. Anyway, let's introduce Jessica's father, whose face I haven't seen for 6 years. The man sitting to my father's left is his older brother and Jessica's father, Uncle Moonrunes. This name sure is easy to read. Kraus. Now that we've gotten used to the string of weird names, our perspective is totally skewed. So Kraus doesn't actually seem that bad. It even starts to sound kinda cool. Just like with Aunt Natsuhi, I didn't have many memories of speaking with Uncle Kraus. He had never been one to chat with children, and I felt like he was always talking with the adults, just like Aunt Natsuhi. According to my father's gossip, he was a spiteful and violent man. If what he said is true, Uncle Kraus used to be very domineering from his position as the oldest sibling, and was despised by all the other siblings. Though despite that, those siblings all seem to be chatting happily together. Oh well. Even if their relationship was bad when they were children, sometimes when people grow up and live apart from each other, their relationships change. That's probably what this was. Ah yes. Battler's already sucking up the copium. After all, they all had children of about the same age. By sharing the same family environment, they probably profited by exchanging opinions. Maybe because of that, a short while ago the circle of parents began to discuss the exams Jessica and I would be taking. Jessica, in order to escape questions about exams from my father on her left, purposefully faced right while firing off a rapid series of comments, not giving him any chance to get a word in. Moving on, let's look at the end opposite from Kraus and the others. In the very last seat at the table, an old gentleman with a sturdy physique sat facing Kirie-san. This was my first time meeting him. I had only just been introduced to him, but there we go. I had only just been introduced to him, but it seems he's grandfather's personal doctor, a man called Nanjo. I heard he used to own a huge clinic on the nearby island of Nijima, but he turned it over to his son and began living a life of leisure in his old age. He had known grandfather since the very beginning, when the mansion was first constructed on the island, and had built up a relationship over several decades. I thought at first that the two of them might have gotten to know each other through grandfather's suspicious hobbies, but it seems he was actually grandfather's chess partner. I see. That kind of hobby seems very like our grandfather, what with his love of all things Western. Nanjo is probably the only person who could enter Rakanjima despite being neither a family member nor a servant. He looked like a calm old gentleman as he listened to this discussion between Kyrie and the other women who sat near him. Considering how long he stayed by the side of our short-tempered grandfather, his generous heart was probably nothing to laugh at. Still, even if he was a family doctor, having anyone outside the Ushiromiya family attend the family conference was a little odd. It made me think that grandfather's condition might have worsened so much it would be a major topic of discussion at today's conference. After all, George said something like that just a second ago. Something about how we've been getting continuous reports since around last year that grandfather didn't have long to live. It's nasty to think about it, but consider how rich grandfather is. At the time of his death, his wealth will suddenly be released, probably along with a fair share of our parents' stomach acid, and it will lead to ulcers for everyone. After all, this sort of thing just gets messier when there's more wealth to be divided. There's a good chance they'll be talking about stuff like that at the family conference. Still, it's not like it's got anything to do with us kids. Finally, even though he hasn't shown up, let me introduce our grandfather. The person who should be sitting in that incipient's chair is Ushiromiya Kinzo. Really sucks. Everyone else in the family has these weird names, but he's got this perfectly normal one himself. If only his name were written Kinzo, moon runes, but he let us call him Goldsmith or something, I'd totally freak out. As you can probably guess by now, he's a frightening person with an extremely short temper. I'm one of his grandchildren, not a son, and I haven't seen him since elementary school. Thanks to that, I have no memory of being beaten myself, but our parents were apparently raised with an iron fist. That earlier conversation between my dad and Uncle Kraus about who should go convince grandfather to come down seems pretty darn funny once you know their background. Can't really tell grandfather's story without covering that pivotal event back before the Showa era. Until the Meiji and the Taisho eras, the Ushiromiya family was great and prosperous. They owned several spinning mills, making them rich enough to just double over laughing every day as the money kept rolling in. Incidentally, grandfather was a member of a branch family and had pretty much nothing to do with the main family. Not only was he way down the list of people who could inherit the headship, but he hardly had any contact with the glamorous main family. However, during the Great Kanto earthquake in the year Taisho 12, 1923, the mansion owned by the Ushiromiya family in Odawara was flattened. The spinning mills in Tokyo were all burned down in a huge fire, and the Ushiromiya family lost most of its wealth and family members in an instant. So once they started trying to figure out who was the successor to the Ushiromiya family should be, they apparently found no one remaining except Kinzo and his branch family. In Kinzo's later reminiscences, he referred to this as good fortune so great that it overturned fate. With that, grandfather's boring, everyday life did a 180. He was entrusted with reviving the dying Ushiromiya family, which had lost nearly all of its wealth. However, just because he had been entrusted with this task didn't mean he could accomplish it. Apparently, those around him weren't really expecting much. However, this is when grandfather began displaying his extraordinary talent and good luck. Grandfather used all of the family's remaining wealth, as well as everything from the hair on his head to his toenails, as collateral in order to borrow a massive amount of money. Once he'd built up a gigantic war chest, he immediately invested in businesses. He was like someone tumbling down a hill on a bike without any brakes, and then jumping onto a neighboring bike, and then another one. Just like some crazy street performance. I'll bet everyone thought grandfather had no business ability whatsoever. However, there's several miracles and turns of good luck, with coincidences piling up and every chance taken advantage of. He was suddenly in control of powerful connections with the occupying forces. At that time, MacArthur and the GHQ were the ultimate authority in Japan. Grandfather, in the twinkling of an eye, began succeeding in business under the protection of the occupying forces, quickly becoming very rich. By this point, it's probably safe to say that information, not luck, saved the day. He must have made some seriously deep connections with the occupying forces. Grandfather knew beforehand about emergency demands that would be made for the Korean War. No, it was more than that. He must have predicted those emergency demands from the very beginning, when he started investing his money. The history books made it sound like all of Japan made a large profit off of the emergency demands during the Korean War, but that isn't actually true. Only a very limited number of the super rich played the money game and made an easy profit. Most of the citizens remained poor. In other words, grandfather was a member of this extremely lucky group of winners. I'm pretty sure this all happened during the year Showa 25, 1950, or so. The Great Kanto earthquake happened in Taisho 13, 1924, so that means grandfather was able to revive the near-dead Ushiromiya family in only about 20 years to a level even higher than it had ever been before. With that, you'd think he'd revive the main family in Odawara, but for some reason, he went and did something as crazy as buying an entire small island in the Izu archipelago. Buying an entire island is not something that you can ordinarily do today. However, grandfather was clever. He contacted the GHQ and applied for the establishment of a marine resource base. He acquired this island as a business property, then tossed that project aside and claimed it as his own plot of land. After the war, there were prevention measures against food shortages, and having the sponsorship of the GHQ meant that nobody could oppose him. From what I've heard, the Tokyo metropolis of that day offered this land to him practically for free. Later, Tokyo made difficulties by telling Kinzo to return the land, but the pushy GHQ intervened. Anyway, it seems under-the-table bribes did their work well. In the end, the city gave up in frustration. Grandfather, with considerable skill and good luck, managed to weather the stormy seas of that period, obtaining a vast fortune and his own island. Of course, it probably wasn't all luck. He was obsessed with all things Western, which helped him cultivate his English skills. He was able to use this to his advantage and sink his teeth into the GHQ. A mansion was built on the island soon after. This mansion, in fact, grandfather, with his love of the Western style, made this once uninhabited island a canvas upon which he would realize his dreams to his heart's content. He now had the Western mansion of his dreams, overflowing with emotion and atmosphere, and a beautiful garden featuring all sorts of roses. And he had a private beach where nobody other than himself would ever be permitted to leave a footprint. This would be a dream come true for any boy. After that, he made good use of his huge fortune, becoming a large stockholder in the extremely stable iron and steel industry. He was able to live an easy and comfortable life just using the dividends. Well, he's just that incredible. This kind of person usually has the ability to foresee and predict the future, or at least that's how they're portrayed after the fact. But grandfather denies all of that, repeatedly saying he was simply blessed with extraordinary luck. Anyway, even a lord like that can't help but grow increasingly eccentric when locked up alone on an island where all his dreams are made real. Everyone knows that he's had a Western obsession from the start, but none of our parents really know when his bizarre black magic hobby began. Did his love of black magic begin way back when he became fascinated with everything Western? Or did his miraculous stretch of good luck while reviving the family cause him to feel mysterious power in himself? At some point, grandfather began to make the research of black magic his life's work. He filled his study up with suspicious books, chemicals, and magical items as he became increasingly bizarre. From what I've heard, those around him warmly, watched over him, figuring that someone who had achieved success in life had a right to do as he pleased, but there's no way that's true. They were probably just creeped out, thinking, that's disgusting. I don't want to get involved. Anyway, that agitated period was an age of big gambles, with both opportunities and risks. Let's say grandfather was born in this time period. He would have had no opportunities, and would probably have advanced like a chess piece from mandatory education to college at a leisurely pace, never becoming more than an average salaryman. If that had happened, he'd probably have sat somewhere, happily talking behind his boss's back. No, not in a fancy dining hall like this. More like at a table in some bar. Then again, I'll bet this family conference would be a whole lot more relaxing if that were the case. Ooh, background story. Okay, that's enough about the old geezer. More importantly, let's talk about this incredible lunch.
前菜の刺身のサラダで俺はすでに確信してたね。
I'm already convinced by that sashimi salad appetizer.
幸田さんは大したシェフだぜ。
Goda's an excellent chef.
しかも、魚は近海で取れたやつだろ。
Plus, these fish were caught in the adjacent seas, weren't they?
スーパーの刺身とはわけが違ったぜ。
They're totally different from the sashimi you get at the supermarket.
おいおいよせよバトラー。
Hey, quit it, Battler.
育ちがバレちまうだろうが。
Your upbringing will be exposed. Everyone let out a big laugh. Damn it, you say that even though you love those cheap pubs.
僕も仕事の都合で珍しいところで食事をすることもあるけど、それらと比べてもこれはかなりのものだよ。
I've eaten at many unusual places because of work, but this stands right up there with the best of them.
ゴーダさんは多分その道じゃ少しは知られた人だったんじゃないかな。
I'd be willing to bet Goda-san used to be pretty well known in those circles.
よくは知らねえんだけどよ。老舗ホテルでのれん分けだか派閥の分裂だかややこしいことがあってよ。
Well, I don't know the details, but stuff got complicated at the long-standing hotel he used to work at. What with them opening a new establishment with the same name and breaking into factions or whatever it was.
そのトラブルで辞めざるを得なくなっちまったんだってさ。
In the middle of all that, he was apparently forced to retire.
それでその時、偶然お袋が使用人の求人を出してたわけなんだよ。
At that time, Mom just happened to be sending out job offers for a servant. As Goda removed the empty plates, he began to recount his own bumpy past without losing his smile.
世の中というのは難しいものです。しかし、そのおかげでこうして今日、後宮家で再び料理人として腕を振るう機会を賜ることができました。
The world is a difficult place. However, thanks to the Madame, I was given a chance to display my skills as a chef once again. This time for the Ushiromiya family.
大勢の方の笑顔も嬉しいですが、お仕えすると決めた限られた方々にだけ喜んでいただくために繊細なお仕事ができるのもとても楽しいことでございます。
Although I enjoy experiencing the smiles of a larger number of people, I also find it quite entertaining to perform more delicate work that can please the limited number of those who have employed me.
これもすべて機会をくださった奥様のおかげです。
All of this is thanks to the opportunity given to me by the Madame. Goda-san respectfully bowed his head towards Natsui.
応募のあった中でゴーダが一番腕が良かったからです。
That's because you were the most talented of the applicants.
客観的判断に基づくもので市場はありませんので感謝には及びません。
The decision was purely objective, not based on personal feelings, so there's no need to thank me. Dang, why does Natsui always have to sound so indifferent? Okay, right there I can tell it's a misunderstanding. I think she's complimenting him. It just gets misunderstood. Like, she's saying it was all because of his own work, which is a compliment. Anyway. If only she spoke with a bit more kindness, she might leave a different impression. Shannon-chan and Kumasawa-san entered from the hallway with a serving cart.
失礼いたします。
Please excuse us.
それでは本日のデザートに移らせていただきます。
Now then, let us move on to today's dessert. Yoda-san and the others laid the beautifully adorned dessert out in front of us all. I guess it's true when they say you have another stomach for dessert. I thought I'd already filled up on delicious food, but as soon as I laid eyes on that dessert, my stomach started yelling, "More!" I don't know much about desserts, but this looked really good. A white pudding-like substance was garnished with 2 shades of red sauce, and elegant rose petals adorned the dish. Normally, during a high-class meal like this, you're supposed to wait for the chef to extol the virtues of this particular meal before eating. However, Maria was completely indifferent to strict rules like that, so she got excited by this beautiful and delicious-looking dessert, jumping into the fray as soon as it was placed before her. Aunt Rosa scolded her, calling it bad manners, but George responded by saying, No, it's okay. This part's sour. This part's sour. Battler, this one's no good. Ooh. Don't just say that right in front of the chef. Maria exclaimed as she sampled the 2 colored sauces.
なんだと？当たりと外れがあるのかよ。よし、俺も味見をしてやるぜ。
What? Are some good? Or some are good and some bad? Okay, I'll give it a go. Apparently, one sauce was sweet and the other sour. Despite it being bad manners, I also stuck my little finger in and licked it. Whoa, one of the sauces was sour enough to make you pucker up. If it were yellow, I'd have suspected lemon, but I couldn't guess what kind of sourness would be red. I decided to ask Shannon, who was putting away the serving cart behind us.
シャノンちゃん、この酸っぱいのは何のソースだい？
Shannon-chan, what kind of sauce is this sour stuff? Shannon-chan hesitated. Maybe her job was just to set the table, so she doesn't really know. Still, even considering that, she seems pretty stressed. Maybe I shouldn't have asked. Or did they use some ingredient that we'd be better off not knowing about? While Aunt Natsuhi made a gesture that seemed to indicate an oncoming headache, Kumasawa-san, who was setting the table at the opposite seat, began to chuckle.
何の材料を使っていると思いますか？
What do you think we made it out of?
驚きますよ。
It'll shock you.
全然わかんねえぜ。
I don't have a clue.
というか、熊沢のばあさんがそういう笑い方すると不気味でならねえぜ。
Wait a sec, Kumasawa-ba-san. That laugh's pretty creepy.
で、何なんだよ、正体は。
So, what is it?
内緒ですよ。
Don't tell anyone, okay?
お耳を拝借。
Listen very carefully. Kumasawa-san leaned across from the other side of the table. I leaned forward myself when she asked. Their interest caught. Jessica, George Aniki, and of course, Maria also put their ears closer. What? What? Quickly! Quickly!
この酸っぱいのはですね。
You see, the sour part is made from...
実は、お魚のサバの絞り汁ですよ。
Juice squeezed from a mackerel.
サバ？
Huh? Mackerel? That's crazy, we all thought, horrified. Only Maria accepted it, nodding sagely.
ほー、サバは酸っぱいよ。絞ったらこうなる。
Oh, mackerels are sour. This is what comes out when you squeeze them. When Maria started clamoring that mackerels were sour, the adults were unable to contain their laughter.
違うわよ。酸っぱいのはしめ鯖でしょ。
Only Aunt Rosa, her face red, whispered to Maria that mackerel is sour only once prepared as shimasaba. Ah, now I totally remember. Kumasawa-san was always like this, wasn't she? I think I remember her tricking me too in all sorts of ways when I was young. The most lethal has got to be that one. Those flimsy black things in Chinese dishes. They're kikurage mushrooms. She told me they were penguin meat, and I went all around school like a smartass telling everyone, didn't I?
熊沢のばあちゃん、相変わらずだな。
Kumasawa-ba-chan, you sure haven't changed.
マリアが信じちゃうだろ
You know Maria's gonna believe it now, right?
冗談ですよ。
It's just a joke.
今からゴーダさんがソースの正体を教えてくれますからね。
Now Goda-san's going to tell us what the sauce really is, won't he? Goda looked a bit put off about his masterpiece being laughed at for such a bizarre reason. But after clearing his throat once, he introduced the dessert to us.
それではデザートのご説明をさせていただきます。
Well then, allow me to introduce our dessert.
本日はご来賓の皆様が大層お気に入りでございましたバラの庭園にちなみましてパンナコッタをローズガーデン風に仕上げてみました。
After seeing how much you all enjoyed the rose garden earlier today, I finished this panna cotta in a rose garden style.
散らしてございますバラの花びらは当家の庭園より先ほど採取してきたものでございます。
The rose petals scattered across were selected just now from that very rose garden.
ソースはストロベリーとローズヒップの2色の赤をご用意しました。
The sauce is a combination of two reds, strawberry and rose hips.
ストロベリーの甘味とローズヒップの酸味を交互にお楽しみになってください。
Please enjoy this mixture of the strawberry sweetness and the rose hips sourness.
なお花びらは観賞用となっておりますので、避けてからお召し上がりくださいませ。
Furthermore, the rose petals are merely decorative, so please avoid them while you eat.
それではどうぞお楽しみください。
With that said, please enjoy. Whoa. Man, I almost want to applaud before eating. Just like with medicine, reading the detailed description first seems to make it work a whole lot better. As Goda-san elaborated on the details of this dessert, it started to feel even more appetizing. Seriously, could you call him subtle or just talented? The dessert was probably planned from the beginning, but taking the hint when we were all stopped in front of the rose garden earlier today, he displayed an incredible and timely awareness by just adding a few rose petals from that garden. This combination of sweet and sour was also exquisite. If it was just sweet, you'd get used to it and bored halfway through. But if you reached the sour sauce at that point, you get a really vivid taste. And then, once you returned to the sweet sauce, all of the sourness in your mouth would be replaced with an enjoyable sweetness. Man, that's making me hungry now. I'm sure everyone else felt the same way. Every time Goda-san passed by one of our seats, someone praised the taste and his presentation.
いかがですか、奥様。
How is it, madam?
相変わらず見事です。
Splendid, as always.
お客様をおもてなしするに値します。
It is worthy of entertaining our guests.
恐れ入ります。
I am most grateful for your words.
奥様、 ご存知ですか？
Madam, did you know?
ローズヒップには頭痛に効く効果もあるそうですよ。
I've heard that rosehip has the ability to cure headaches.
奥様に特にお気に入りいただけるかと思い、特別にご用意させていただきました。
I thought that you in particular would appreciate it, so I had it specially prepared.
そう。ありがとう。
Is that so? Thank you.
ほら言ったでしょ、夏姫さん。
See, didn't I tell you, Natsuhine-san?
ローズヒップは頭痛に効くって。
Rosehip is great for headaches.
みたいね。
So it seems.
効くといいんだけど。
I do hope it actually helps.
ああ、ゴーダさん、あんたには惚れるで。なあ、後であんたの待遇を聞かせてや。
Goda-san, I love you. Hey, later on, why don't you tell me how they're treating you?
無理ならあんたの欲しい年収、指立ててくれるだけでもええんやで。
Or if you can't, just let me know what sort of salary you'd like.
あんたの腕がこの島だけで独占されとるのは人類の食文化に対する冒涜や。
Having your talent confined to this small island is sacrilege to humanity's cooking culture.
その腕、わしの会社で振るってお客の皆さんを喜ばせてみる気はないかのう。
What do you think about working your craft for my company and delighting all our customers?
秀吉さん、うちのゴーダを引き抜かれるのですか？
Hideyoshi-san, are you trying to steal away our Goda?
これは困った。
Now that won't do at all.
ゴーダの待遇をもっと良くしないと引き抜かれてしまいそうだ。
We better start treating Goda better, or it'll get snatched up.
そうした方がいいわね。じゃないと引き抜かれて、3食が熊沢さんのサバ料理にされちゃうわよ。
Yes, you really should. If you don't, someone's gonna grab him, and you'll be stuck with 3 meals of Kumasawa-san mackerel cooking a day, won't you?
これは手厳しゅうございます。
Oh, that's harsh.
すっかり根に持たれてしまいまして。
It seems someone's holding a grudge against me. Everyone let out a huge laugh. According to Jessica, Kumasawa-san's mackerel jokes were a running gag that our parents had long since gotten used to. Kumasawa-san often claimed that mackerels had precious nutritional value, which could slow aging, make people smarter, and more. Supposedly, while it couldn't stop the outward signs of aging, it helped prevent aging on the inside. Since she was still spirited enough to tell these kinds of jokes at her age, there must be something to that theory.
それでは失礼いたします。夕食にはふるって。
In that case, if you'd excuse me, please prepare yourself for tonight's dinner.
たくさんのサバ料理をお召し上がりいただきますので、どうぞご期待くださいませね。
I'll be cooking plenty of mackerel dishes for all of you, so you'd better look forward to it.
期待してるよ。今晩はしめ鯖でキュッとしゃれ込みたいぜ。
We sure will. Can't wait to get all puckered up from tonight's shimisaba.
それは素敵ね。ついでに日本酒の美味しいのも出てこないかしら。
That sounds wonderful. I wonder if they'll be serving any good Japanese sake.
ええ、ございますよ。六軒島名物のサバ焼酎なるものがございまして。
Oh, we certainly will. Haven't you heard of Rokkenjima's famous mackerel shoshu? Oh my. Kumasawa-san, together with Shannon-chan, bowed and pushed the serving cart away. It was pretty funny to watch Goda-san, who looked like his show had been totally stolen, explain in a serious voice that we would be having calf steak for dinner.
熊沢さん、さっきはありがとうございました。
Kumasawa-san, Thanks for doing that back there. As she pushed the serving cart, Shannon bowed her head very deeply.
なんもお礼を言われることなんてありません。
I haven't done anything that requires thanks. Kumasawa may have played dumb, but she obviously understood and saved Shannon in the nick of time. Back when Battler had asked about dessert, Shannon had unfortunately hesitated. There may have been several ways to dodge the question, but all of them would have required some quick wits. Shannon, who hesitated when hard-pressed for a response, was always suffering because of this small weakness. Only Shannon had a little of the craftiness needed to cleverly shake off a mistake. Like Goda, her life would have been a bit easier. The fact that she could perform other tasks flawlessly made this weakness even more unfortunate. However, there were some who understood Shannon's honest nature, her inability to gloss over a mistake and draw attention away from it. That was why Kumasawa had smoothly come to her rescue.
さっき源氏さんが午後のシフトに変更があるとおっしゃってましたよ。
I just heard from Genji-san that there will be a change in the afternoon shifts.
確かシャノンさんは夕方までお休みがもらえたと思いました。
I believe you were given a break until this evening.
羨ましい。
I'm jealous.
すみません。シフト表を確認していませんでした。
Oh, sorry. I haven't checked the shift chart yet.
そうそう。オーブンでこれからちょっとサバを焼こうと思ってるんですよ。できたらお休みの前にちょっと手伝ってくれると嬉しいですね。
Ah, yes. I was thinking I might start cooking some mackerel in the oven. If you don't mind, I'd be happy if you would help out a bit before your break.
はい。喜んでお手伝いさせていただきます。
Ah, yes. I would be... Excuse me. I would be delighted to help. To Shannon, Kumasawa was like a mother among the servants. The dining hall needed to be cleaned up, so we were chased out. Instead, tea was being served in the parlor. Apparently, they'd prepared the black tea that Aunt Rosa had brought for Aunt Natsuki. Maria said she also wanted to have some black tea, but my old bastard said she couldn't and told us children to go play outside.
バトラ君、みんなで表に散歩に行かないかい？
Battler-kun, why don't we all go for a walk outside?
バラでも見に行ったらええ。でも天気には十分注意するんやで。
Go ahead and take a look at the roses or something, but keep a close eye on the weather.
空はまだ明るいが、天気予報は降る降ると繰り返しちょる。
The sky is still clear, but the weather report kept on talking about rain.
マリアは海がいい、海がいい。
I want to go to the beach. The beach.
あら素敵じゃない？砂浜で遊ぶなんて普段はなかなかできないものね。
Oh, that sounds wonderful. Playing on a sandy beach isn't something you get to do often, is it?
そっか。よし、じゃあみんなで浜辺でも行こうぜ。
Ah, good point. Okay, let's all go to the beach then.
行こう。
Let's go, let's go.
マリア、服を濡らさないようにするのよ。靴もよ。
Maria, be careful not to get your clothes wet. Or your shoes.
濡らさない。
Won't get wet.
素直で可愛い。バトラ君、マリアちゃんの面倒ちゃんと見てあげてね。
That obedience is so cute. Battler-kun, make sure you keep an eye out for Maria-chan, okay?
おうよ、任せろ。
Sure, leave it to me.
おう、お前もキリエに頼まれると素直で可愛いじゃねえか。たまには俺の言うことも素直に聞いてみろよ。
Hey, you're pretty obedient and cute yourself, listening to Kyrie like that. Why don't you also listen to me obediently for a change?
まっぴらごめんだぜ。行こうぜ、みんな。ほらほら。
Huh, hell no. Let's go, everyone. Come on. The children flew out of the parlor. They were replaced by Genji, who pushed a servant cart in and prepared to serve the tea. The parlor was filled with a sublime aroma, which delighted everyone while they waited to sate their thirst.
ルドルフのところは家族仲がいいじゃないか。良いことだ。
Rudolph's family certainly seems close. It's a wonderful thing.
よせよ。兄貴のところには負けるぜ。
With it. We're no match for your family, Aniki.
そうよ。ジェシカちゃん、本当に可愛らしく育ったじゃない。これも夏日姉さんの教育の賜物ね。
That's true. You've raised Jessica-chan to be so adorable. I imagine that's yet another fruit of your talents at education and training, Natsuhine-san.
どうも。
Thank you. Natsuhi answered coldly. The conversation broke off then, and the parlor fell silent. Maybe Hideyoshi couldn't bear the silence, because he broke it himself with an exaggerated gesture.
しかし成長は早いもんやで。いつまでも子供だと思っとったが、図体はみるみるでかくなり、いつの間にか大人の仲間入りや。
Still, they sure do grow fast. I thought they'd be kids forever, but they start getting huge all of a sudden, and then they're adults like us.
バトラ君なんか見違えたで。
体は大きくなりましたけど、まだ子供です。
Rattler-kun looks like a completely different person now. Then, his body has grown much bigger, but he's still just a kid.
うちの主人も未だに子供ですけれど。
Though you could say the same about my husband.
子供と大人の境ってどこなのかしらね。
I wonder where the border between child and adult is.
私、未だに大人になったって自覚が持てない。
I still don't feel as though I've grown up.
情けないじゃないか。一児の母の言うことではない。
Isn't that pitiful? That's not something the mother of a child should say.
そうね。私たちももう子供じゃない。大人同士よ。
That's right. We're not children anymore. We're all adults now.
だから感情的にならず、知的な会話をしたいわね。
So I wish we could talk together on an intellectual level, rather than an emotional one. Says the woman who gets at Natsuhi all the time. When Ava smiled with sharp sarcasm, everyone seemed to get more tense. It felt as though that pleasant tea aroma had been tossed out the window.
知的な会話なら昔からいつも心がけているじゃないか。
Since long ago, we've always endeavored to engage in intellectual conversations.
お前の嫌味は時に的を外している。
It seems your sarcasm occasionally misses its mark.
昔から変わらない。
Just as it always has.
昔からいつもですって？あらあら。その言葉をきれいに放送して、何十年か前のこの部屋に届けてあげたいわね。
Oh? What is it you've always endeavored to do? My. I wish I could wrap those words up and send them to this room a few decades ago.
ねえ、ローザ。
Right, Rosa? Excuse me. Rosa gave a vague smile. She knew that, whether she agreed or disagreed, She'd earned the displeasure of one of her siblings. It was a bit of worldly wisdom that had been essential for someone growing up as the youngest sibling.
よせよ、姉貴。ガキどもがいない間に本題に入ろうじゃねえか。
Wait it, Aniki. We'd better get started on our main topic while the brats aren't around.
それこそ知的な話よ。
Let us make that our intellectual discussion. As Rudolph glanced over the faces of all present, some let out a slight sigh, and some let a look of resignation cross their face. They were approaching their unavoidable, true agenda.
去年の時点で余命3ヶ月だったんだ。
Last year, his life expectancy was estimated at about 3 months.
ってことは、すでにマイナス9ヶ月ってことじゃねえか。
Which I guess means he's got negative 9 months now, or left now.
いつお迎えが慌ててすっ飛んでくるかもわからねえ状態ってことだぜ。
Should we take it to mean that it might suddenly happen at any time?
当主様は今でも健在でおられます。
The family head is still alive and well.
このような不穏当な話を日も明るいうちからなさろうとするなど、ルドルフさんの正気を疑わざるを得ません。
The fact that you'd bring up such an inappropriate topic under the light of day makes me doubt your sanity, Rudolph-san.
だがな、夏日さん。こういうしょっぱい話はいざことがあってからじゃ遅いんや。今が元気だからこそ余裕あるうちにしとくもんなんやで。
Still, Natsui-san, this is the sort of thing you can't put off until after something happens. He's still healthy now, which makes this the perfect time to talk about this, while we've still got time to plan.
これも財産のエチケットみたいなもんや。
Just a bit of financial etiquette, you might say.
諸君の関心は親父棚のようじゃないか。南條先生、あなたから説明してくださいませんか。
It seems father is the focus of everyone's concern. Dr. Nanjo, could we hear the details from you?
彼らもそれをお望みらしい。
That appears to be what everyone else is waiting for, after all. Nanjo, who had been standing by the window and staring out at the rose garden, let out a single cough when he realized that he was being called.
南條先生、お父様の具合はどんな感じなんですか？
Dr. Nanjo, how is father's condition?
まずはじめに、私が去年申し上げました余命3ヶ月という言葉が一人歩きをしているようですので、その訂正からいたします。
Well, to begin, allow me to start with a revision, since my estimate last year that he had only 3 months left was not borne out.
言われずともわかるわ。余命というのはあくまでも見込みであって約束ではないとおっしゃられるのよね。
No need to explain. You're saying that measuring remaining life is only a prediction, not a promise, right?
さようです。ですから、皆さんからたびたびお尋ねを受けますが、いつ亡くなるのかということは、決して断言できないことなのです。
That is correct. Because of that, while I will accept everyone's repeated questions, I can by no means confirm when he will pass away.
人の命は体と心に支えられております。体が弱れば危うくもなりますが、それを補う心の強さがあれば、小康状態を維持することもあるのです。
A human's life is supported by their body and their mind. If the body is weak, the situation becomes more dangerous. But if the mind is strong enough to compensate for that weakness, the effects of one's condition can sometimes remain in a subdued state.
体はともかく、お心はまだしっかりしていて、意気健康でいらっしゃれるということですね。
キリエ、すまんがしばらく黙っててくれ。
Oh, messed up there. So you're saying that even if his body is weak, his mind is still firm and spirited? And Kyrie, sorry, but please stay quiet for a bit.
ごめんなさい。
I'm sorry.
さようです。金蔵さんの体はすっかり病魔に蝕まれております。
That is correct. Kinzo-san's body is being overwhelmed by the demon of ill health.
ましてや、あのような強いお酒をたしなまれ続けては、とてもとても。
This will hold especially true as long as he continues to partake of such strong alcohol.
崖っぷちなのも酒のせい。流らえてるのも酒のせいか。
So he's in a crisis now because he drinks. And maybe he's lived this long because he drinks.
酒豪の親父らしいね。
There's Dad for you, the heavy drinker.
それで先生、もちろん見込みで結構なんですけども、お父様、来年の今日まではさすがにどうかしら？
Well then, Doctor, I know you can't give anything more than a prediction. But what do you think about Father's chances of living until this day next year?
当主様に対してあまりに無礼な質問です。
That's quite a rude question to ask about the family head. Natsui jumped on Eva, not even bothering to hide her astonished expression. Eva stared back daringly, but Hideyoshi realized what was going on and tried to smooth things over with a forced smile.
ああ、夏井さん、カニーナ。エヴァ、お前も少し言葉を選ばんか。
Ah, Natsui-san, forgive her. Eva, choose your words a bit more carefully, okay?
ごめんなさい。お父様の容体が気になって仕方なかったもので。
I'm sorry. I was just so concerned about Father's condition.
そうですか。それは気づきませんでした。
Is that so? I hadn't realized.
南條先生、聞かせてやってください。父親の寿命を気遣う娘の麗しい家族愛じゃないですか。
Dr. Nanjo, please tell us, for the sake of the beautiful love of a daughter worried about her father's lifespan. Rouse laughed sarcastically, and Ava, smiling sweetly, returned an identical chuckle.
来年までお元気かという質問ですが、医者の私としてはとても難しい。
You ask whether he will still be healthy next year, but as a doctor, it's very hard to say.
この小康状態がまだしばらくは続くようにも思いますし。
As while I do think this lull in his condition will continue for a while,
何らかの発作が来れば、その時にはどうしようもないかもしれません。
if he suffers some kind of fit, there may be nothing we can do.
何しろ、六軒島は孤島です。
After all, Rokkenjima is a solitary island.
すぐに救急車が飛んでこれるわけではありません。
It's not as though an ambulance could quickly jump in to save him.
本来ならば、本土のしかるべき大病院に入院していただきたいところなのですが。
Normally, I would want to have him placed in a large hospital on the mainland, but...
親父殿は高尚な研究を中断されたくないと仰せだ。去年無理に連れ出そうとしたのがあだになったらしい。
Father stated he does not want his noble research interrupted. It seems he holds a grudge over the way we tried to force him out last year.
外へ出れば病院に閉じ込められてしまうのではないかと、ひどくお疑いになられていてな。
Apparently, he strongly suspects that he'll be shut away in some hospital if he goes outside.
すっかりこのざまなのだよ。
And that's how things are now.
南條先生の診察は受けておられるの？
Has Dr. Nanjo been examining him?
親父殿は南條先生には心を許しておられる。機嫌が良ければ診察も受けられるようだがね。
Father trusts Dr. Nanjo. It seems he can be examined when in one of his better moods.
容体を見はするが、薬を勧めようとも、入院を勧めようとも、聞き入れてくれ。
I can examine his condition, but if I try to recommend medicine or hospitalization, he refuses to listen.
本当に見るだけですがな。
I've really only been able to look.
お医者嫌いの方もおるもんや。しかし、困ったもんだのう。
It's true, some people hate doctors. Still, what a hassle. Nanjo sighed deeply. The purpose of an examination is to determine what medical treatment would be appropriate. Receiving an examination and then not following the advice given makes the whole thing pointless. Remember, people, listen to your doctors.
つまりおさらいすると、相変わらず余命は3ヶ月。
So to sum it up, he's still expected to live 3 months.
瀕死のまま、あとどれだけ長らえるか見当もつかねえってことだ。
There's no way to guess how long he'll continue to live while still on the verge of death.
ルドルフさん、言葉を少し慎まれてはいかがですか？
Rudolph-san, couldn't you be a little more discreet with your words?
ああ、すまんね。昔からこういう口の利き方なんだ。勘弁してくれ。
Ah, sorry. I've always talked this way. Give me a break.
南條先生のご意見は分かりました。クラウス兄さんから見てどうなの？
I understand how Dr. Nanjo sees it. What about you, Kraus-ni-san?
実を言うと、南條先生とは異なる意見でね。とても余命3ヶ月の重病人とは思えないというのが本心だ。
To be perfectly honest, I have to disagree with Dr. Nanjo. I find it truly difficult to think of Father as a person so sick that he only has 3 months to live.
怒鳴り声は相変わらず健在で、いつぶん殴られるかとヒヤヒヤしっぱなしだよ。
His yell is as healthy as ever, and I still get chills at the thought of his fists raining down on me.
長男にだけ親父の世話を押し付けるのは実にフェアではないね。
Pushing the care of your father solely on the shoulders of the eldest sibling is far from fair.
来世では俺より後に生まれろよ。さて、話を戻そうぜ。
In the next world, get born after me. Okay, let's get back on track.
そんなわけで、公正中立なお医者の先生の見解じゃ、いつお隠れになっちまってもおかしくない状態だ。
So, in the opinion of our impartial and neutral doctor, it wouldn't be odd for him to go at any time.
兄貴には悪いが、ここは専門家の意見を採用させてもらうぜ。
No offense to you, Aniki, but I'd rather trust the opinion of an expert in his field.
となりゃ、決して親父の財産を話し合うことは、時期尚早ではないってことさ。
Which means it's definitely not too early to start talking about Dad's assets.
お父様の個人資産は、おそらく数百億にも届くでしょうね。
Father's personal funds probably reach as high as several 10 billion yen, right?
でもそれは、綺麗な現金で揃ってるわけじゃないわ。
But it's not as though that's all neatly gathered as ready cash.
お誕生会のケーキみたいに、綺麗にナイフが入ってカットできるほど単純じゃないでしょ？
It's not as simple as simply cutting a birthday cake with a knife.
姉貴の例えは面白いな。そうさ。ケーキの上には、イチゴやらチョコの家やらが乗ってて、綺麗に等分するのが難しいことだってあるだろ？
That's an interesting way to put it. That's right. You sometimes get strawberries or chocolates on top of the cake, making it hard to cut cleanly into equal parts.
それを加味して、どういう風にナイフを入れるのか、先に相談しておくのは大切なことだと思うぜ。
Given that, don't you think it's important to discuss beforehand how best to stick the knife in?
それを当主様が存命のうちからさも他界なされたかのように声高に議論される皆さんの気が知れません。
I cannot understand how you all can openly discuss this as though the family head is dead, even though he's still alive. I mean, honestly, I think, I don't know. Well, I have some speculation on Natsuhi, but, I mean, it is good to discuss what you're going to do with stuff before the person in question dies. And it's a valid concern. Now, the people in this room are definitely way more smug about it than they should be. That's true. But I mean, like, figuring things out before the person in question dies is quite important. It's not that simple to deal with stuff. Anyway.
あら、必要な話よ。
Come now. Don't you see how important this is?
だって遺産相続はその時点で直ちに行われなきゃならないものよ。
After all, when the time comes, the inheritance of his fortune must be carried out immediately, right? Well, although, like, if he leaves a will, I mean, the will should be respected, but no, I guess they're not really taking that into account. I don't know.
ましてや栄光ある後宮家の財産は莫大。
Moreover, the glorious Ushiromiya's house's wealth is vast.
事前に入念な相談が必要なことはお分かりでしょうが。
Don't you understand that careful discussion is necessary beforehand?
当家の資産はあなたのご実家とは大違いなんだから。
There's a huge difference between this family's resources and your family's wealth. Oh, and another thing I just thought of. I think he wasn't gonna make a will, so actually my last point is moot.
失礼な。私の実家は関係ありません。
How rude. My birth family has nothing to do with this. Natsuhi responded indignantly, though in a low voice, and the already dark atmosphere grew even more hostile.
予算買えば。
夏日さん、堪忍な。
Give it a rest, Ava. Natsui-san, forgive us.
口が悪いのは許したってな。
Pardon her rudeness. Hideyoshi tried to smooth things over by glancing at both with a forced smile, but it only resulted in making the hostility between Ava and Natsuhi even more intense.
これ以上はお邪魔なようですな。失礼させていただきましょう。
It seems I'll just get in the way if I stay any longer. Please excuse me. Nanjo rose from his seat and exited the parlor. To an outsider, it may have seemed like a normal act of courtesy, but his back was watched by several glances, envious of his ability to escape. After the doctor had exited and his footsteps had disappeared into the distance, Kraus recrossed his legs.
つまりお前たちの言い分はこうかね。親父殿の余命は短い。遺産分配について早急かつ具体的な協議に入りたい。
In other words, this is what you would all like to say. Father's remaining life is short. You want to quickly enter into a practical conference concerning the distribution of the inheritance.
何を焦っているのかね。
Why are you so eager, I wonder?
確かにお前たちの言う通り、後宮家の財産を算定し分配するのは簡単なことではないだろう。
Certainly, as you say, estimating and distributing the Ushiromiya family's wealth is no simple task.
なるほど。じっくりと算定すべきじゃないのかね。
In that case, shouldn't we make careful and deliberate calculations?
お前たちは今晩のうちにもケーキを切り分けたいと焦っているように見える。
It seems to me that you're all impatient to split up the cake tonight.
そうだろう、ローザ。
Isn't that true, Rosa?
何を焦ることがあるのかね。
What reason is there to be hasty?
焦ってるわけじゃない。でも、兄弟の間での取り決めは必要。
We aren't being hasty. However, we need to have an agreement between the siblings.
それはいつでもいいことだけれども、お父様の具合が悪くなっていて、その日が近づいているというなら、 先に話だけしておいても、それは請求とは言わないと思うし。
It doesn't matter when we do that, but if the day father's condition worsens is approaching, discussing the matter beforehand hardly seems hasty to me. Rosa shot a glance at Ava and Rudolph. As the youngest sibling in the family, it was hard for her to be cross-examined by the eldest.
ほう、それはお前の本心かね。兄弟で一番素直で綺麗な心を持っていたお前がそんなことを言い出すとは思えんね。
Oh? Is that your true opinion? I didn't expect that the most honest and pure-hearted of the siblings would say something like that.
そこの二人に吹き込まれたんじゃないのかね。
I wonder if those two told you to say it.
よせよ、兄貴。ローザだって兄弟だぜ。親父の遺産に公平な権利がある。
Quit it, Aniki. Rose is one of Dad's kids too. She's got as much right to his inheritance as the rest of us.
関心を持つのは当然じゃねえか。
It's only natural that she'd be interested.
親父だっていつかは必ず死ぬし、それは遠い未来の話でもない。
After all, Dad'll definitely die, and that's not something that'll happen in the distant future.
むしろ兄貴が悠長すぎるくらいさ。
On the contrary, Aniki, you're way too relaxed.
まるで遺産分配から話をそらしたくて仕方がないように見えるぜ。
It almost seems like you'd like nothing better than to turn the discussion away from the inheritance issue.
それはどういう意味ですか？
What do you mean by that?
主人にやましいところがあるとおっしゃいたいのですか？
Are you trying to accuse my husband of something?
まあ、夏井さん。話は聞いておくなあれ。
Calm down, Natsui-san. Listen to what we have to say.
兄さん、今は大変強気だそうじゃない？そうよね。去年以降、空前の好景気で円は上がる一方。
Nisan, I hear the times have been extremely good lately. Yes, since last year we've been in an unprecedented boom, and the yen keeps on rising.
ドルが100円に至るのだって夢物語じゃなさそうよ。
Seems that it's no longer a dream that the dollar will reach 100 yen. It's sort of funny to read this now because, if I remember correctly, the yen is down quite a bit. What is the current exchange rate? Yeah. It's now $1 to 141 yen, according to Google. I was actually up at like 148 to 1 at the beginning of the month. Huh. Bit of trivia there.
それに、与党は来年頃に保養地整備法を成立させようって言うじゃない。
Also, the ruling party says that it will establish health resort maintenance law by next year.
今や日本中のリゾート開発会社がどれだけ軍資金を集められるかって奔走してるところよ。
At this moment, resort development companies across Japan are running about, trying to gather as much funding as they can.
詳しいじゃないか。これから日本には空前の好景気が訪れる。親父殿が後ろ宮家を再興した時と同じくらいの大規模な需要拡大の時代がね。
You certainly seem to know a lot about it. Japan is about to experience an unprecedented boom. It'll be a repeat of the Korean War demands, the time during which father revived the Ushiromiya family.
日本国民は死に物狂いで働き、高度経済成長を実現して世界で一番豊かな国民となり、我が世の春を謳歌するようになった。
The people of Japan have been working like mad, achieving vast economic growth, and becoming the most well-off people in the world, reaching the height of our prosperity.
国民の消費は増大し、それを回収できる施設があぶく銭を手にする時代になったのだよ。
We've reached an era where private spending is vast, which means easy money for institutions that can capitalize on that fact.
今や国民のニーズは3種の電化製品ではない。
The three kinds of electrical appliances no longer represent the people's needs.
スキー場、ゴルフ場、総合プール。
People need ski resorts, golf courses, public pools,
リゾートホテルにテーマパーク。
resort hotels and theme parks.
数年前に開業したデルゼニーランドには行ったかね？
Have you gone to Disneyland, which opened just a few years ago? That must be anti-copyright.
素晴らしい遊園地じゃないか。あそこでは大人も童心に帰り家族で楽しむことができるんだ。
What an excellent theme park. It's a place where even an adult can be a kid and have fun with his family.
かつて家族を顧みずに滅私奉公することだけが美徳だった時代はもはや終わろうとしている。
No longer do we count our sole virtue to be selfless devotion while failing to care for our families.
我々は世界で一番豊かな国民として、ようやくそれを享受できるようになったのだよ。
We've become the most prosperous people in the world, and now we can finally enjoy the benefits. X to doubt.
クラウス兄さんの読みは大したもんや。
Well, son, your foresight's nothing to sneeze at.
わしも数年前に聞いたときはそんなアホなと思ったわ。でもな、G5 のプラザ合意聞いてから変わったんや。
When I heard that sort of thing several years ago, I thought it was crazy. But when I heard about the G5 nations Plaza Accord, that all changed.
円はみるみる強くなり、地価はこれから天井知らずに上がるやろ。
The yen shot up, and I'll bet the price of the land skyrockets soon too.
日本が世界経済の中心になる日も遠くはない。
It won't be long before Japan becomes the economic center of the world.
兄さんは時代を見る目のあるお人や。
You've got a great sense of the direction this world's moving, Kraus-san.
それだけは間違いないで。
At least there can be no At least there can be no debate about that.
秀吉兄さんに同じだ。兄貴は10年越しで時代を読めてるよ。その嗅覚は親父譲りだろうな。大したもんだぜ。
I feel the same as Hideyoshi-san. Aniki, you can read into the next decade of history. I'll bet you got that keen sense from Dad, and it's incredible.
だが、親父と違って、ちょいと見通しのタイミングを読み違っちまったところはあるよな。
However, unlike Dad, the timing of your predictions has been a bit off sometimes, right?
兄さんは必ず日本が好景気を迎えると信じてあちこちにリゾート計画を起こし、そのほとんどで失敗し続けたわ。
Isan, you've been starting resort projects everywhere, convinced that Japan will soon see a boom. But almost all of them continue to fail.
兄さんの読み通りの時代は確かに訪れつつあるけど、その時期を読むことには失敗したわね。
While I'm sure that the era you predicted will soon arrive, it seems you misread the timing of that boom.
早すぎたのよ。そして焦って生産して、結局は傷口を広げたわ。本当に嗅覚が当てになって好景気が訪れることを読めていたなら生産するわけない。
You were too early. You then panicked and tried to sell everything off, which only opened the wound even further. If your nose was really so reliable, then there should be no reason for you to sell off your property.
これって、兄さんが自分で自分の才能を信じてない証拠じゃないの？
Is this proof that you mistrust your own ability?
失礼な。主人を侮辱するつもりですか？
How rude. Are you trying to insult my husband? Natsui's forehead creased as she rose from the sofa. Ava, paying this no heed, stared at Kraus with a confident smile. Kraus, who also maintained his confident appearance, told Natsui to sit down.
よさないか、夏日。 昔からこういう言い方しかできないやつだ。少し落ち着きなさい。また頭痛に触る。
Please stop, Natsui. It was always been incapable of talking any other way. Calm down a little, or your headache will get worse.
兄さんに才能がない証拠は私たちのすぐ近くにもあるわよ。だって兄さん、この島をリゾート化するって張り切ってたじゃない？
There's proof of your lack of talent right next to us. After all, Nissan, weren't you all excited about turning this island into a resort?
素敵なリゾートホテルも建てて、庭園もきれいに整備して。
You built a wonderful resort hotel and beautifully maintained the garden.
私は素人だから分かりかねるけど、相当のお金を使ったんでしょう。
I'm just an amateur and don't pretend to understand. But you must have used a significant amount of money for that, right?
だから何だというのですか？主人の事業はあなたとは関係ありません。
And what is that to you? My husband's business is none of yours.
いや、そいつは違うぜ、夏日さん。六軒島は兄貴のものじゃない。親父のものだ。もちろん建てたホテルは兄貴のものだぜ。
Actually, that's not true, Natsui-san. Rakanjima doesn't belong to Aniki. It belongs to Dad. Of course, the hotel does belong to Aniki, right?
なんなら、俺たちは今夜の宿泊料を払ってやってもいいさ。な、ローザ。
In fact, we'd be more than willing to pay lodging fees for tonight. What do you think, Rosa?
それはまあ持ち合わせで足りるなら。
Well, if what I have on hand will suffice.
リゾート化できればこの島の資産価値は上がる。支出がかさんだことは事実だが、未来に大きな収穫を期待できる。
If I can make it into a resort, this island's financial worth will rise. It is true that expenses have piled up, but we can expect a large harvest in the future.
そうなれば、結果的にお前たちにとっても有益なはずじゃないか。
When that happens, all of you stand to profit as well, do you not?
それはわかるわよ。この島の価値が上がればそれを遺産分配する時の私たちの取り分も増えるもの。
I understand that. If the value of the island rises, that'll increase our portions when we distribute the inheritance.
もちろん、島や屋敷を4分の1ずつ切り取れとは言わないわ。
Of course, I won't ask you to divide the island and the mansion into 4 equal parts.
それを算定したお金で解決してくれればいいだけの話よ。
We can just resolve the matter with money equal to the value of the property.
そこまで分かっているなら、私の事業に何の不満があるんだね。
If you understand that much, what about my business makes you so dissatisfied?
不満じゃねえさ。不安なのさ。第一兄貴、あのホテル、いつになったら開業するんだ？このままじゃ、俺たちの手垢だらけになっちまうぜ。
We aren't dissatisfied. We're uneasy. In the first place, Aniki, when do you plan to open that hotel? Left this way, you won't get anything out of it except our grubby handprints, right?
そうよ。大切な商売道具でしょ。確かに開業するまでずっと鍵をかけておくわけにもいかないわよね。少しは使って風通しを良くしないと建物は傷んじゃうもの。
That's right. It's an important tool for your business, isn't it? Surely you can't keep it locked up until the moment you open it. Buildings go bad if you don't use them and air them out every once in a while.
でも、私たちが年に一度泊まるだけのゲストハウスって言うんじゃ、ちょっと豪勢すぎやしないかしら。ねえ、ローザ。
Even so, it's a bit extravagant for a guest house that we only use once a year. Right, Rosa?
そうね。あんなに素敵なら、オープンしたらさぞや人気が出るでしょうね。
That's right. Considering how wonderful it is, I'm sure it will become quite popular once you open it.
ああ、あなたが前に言ってたホテルってゲストハウスのことだったのね。
Oh, so the hotel you keep talking about is the guest house.
立派なもんだろう。ローザの言う通り、オープンできたら人気が出るだろうよ。
It's splendid. Just as Rosa said, if you were to open it, I'm sure it would become popular. The lodging they had been guided to wasn't originally intended to serve as a guest house. It was originally constructed as a resort hotel. However, even though it was built 2 years previously, there was still absolutely no prospect of it opening.
兄さんのいつもの事業と同じよ。着目や企画はご立派。そしていつも途中で立ち行かなくなって何も回収できずに終わる。
Nissan, it's just like all of your enterprises. Your attention and planning are both fabulous. Then, it always becomes unmaintainable partway through, and ends before you have a chance to earn any profit.
この島をただ住むだけにしか使わないのはもったいないって兄貴の着眼は立派さ。そしてリゾート化してマリンスポーツやらフィッシングやらハネムーンやらを誘致して盛り上げようってのはなかなかいい絵だったと思うぜ。
You were brilliant when you saw this that using this island only as a place to live was a waste. I think it was a pretty good plan to turn it into a resort that could use the prospect of marine sports, fishing, honeymoons, and the like to attract customers.
俺だって長男だったなら、この島を何かに有効利用できないかと頭をひねったに違いないさ。
If I were the oldest son, I'm sure I'd have strained my brain looking for a way to make a profit off this island.
でももう出来上がってから2年も経つのよ。2年経って未だに開業のめどはつかないの？
But 2 full years have passed since you finished building, right? After 2 years, you still haven't had the opportunity to open it.
任せてる管理会社はどこ？
Where's the managing company you entrusted it to?
失敬な。それは主人の手落ちではありません。主人の仕事を請け負う会社間でトラブルが生じているだけで、うちはあくまでも被害者です。
Impertinence. That is not my husband's fault. There's just been some trouble with the company that my husband contacted with. No matter how you look at it, we are the victims here.
しかしな、クラウス兄さんが任せてる例のとこ、あまり噂は聞かんで。
And yet, the rumors we've heard about this company you hired haven't been good at all.
はっきり言ってあげなさいよ。不払い横領トラブルで計画が空中分解しちゃったって話、私たちの耳に届かないとでも思ってる？
Let's be clear about this, dear. Did you really think we wouldn't hear about how lack of payment, embezzlement, and other issues led to the project disintegrating mid-flight?
裏も取れてるんだから。
We even have evidence.
何の裏だか存じませんが、事実無根です。観光業への新規参入には、方々への根回しが必要になります。
I don't know what kind of evidence you think you found, but it's all baseless. As new members in the tourism industry, it is necessary for us to lay the groundwork with various people.
相手が信用に足りるかを測ることも大事です。それに手間取っているだけに過ぎません。
It is also important to investigate the trustworthiness of our partners. It's merely taken us some time to meet that goal.
ホテルの完成が早すぎて勇み足になったことは認めよう。だが、維持費がかかってるわけじゃない。
I'll admit that, in my rashness, the hotel was completed too early. However, it's not as though we're paying maintenance costs.
やがて大きな意味を持つ布石だ。
It's a foundation that will eventually become immensely significant.
嘘つけよ。生産したくても売れないだけだろ。観光ルートの確立してない何もない離島にやたら豪華なホテルなんて買い手がつくわけもねえさ。
Liar. I bet you want to liquidate it but can't. After all, there's no reason for anyone to buy such an extravagant hotel on an isolated, empty island without any established sightseeing routes.
それに、事業に集めた融資はどうなってんだよ。
And anyway, what about all the loans you made for this project?
維持費はかからんでも、返せん借金は膨らむ一方や。
Even if you aren't incurring maintenance costs, the borrowed money that you can't return just keeps growing.
すまんが、クラウス兄さん。この島の開発計画の話、ちょいと調べさせてもろたんや。
Sorry, Kraus-Nissan, but I've investigated the development plan for this island a bit.
正直、こっちもええ話は聞かへんのや。
To be honest, I haven't heard anything good either.
秀吉さん、確かに今の財政状況だけを見たらそういう印象を持たれるかもしれない。だが、これは先行投資なのだよ。
Hideyoshi-san, I can see how you might be left with that impression by looking only at the current financial situation. However, this is a forward-looking investment.
その読みを誤り、これまでに多くの負債を生んでしまったことは認めざるを得ない。
I have no choice but to admit that my prediction was mistaken, and that up until now, several liabilities have been created.
だが、ようやく時代が私に追いついた。これまでに失った分はすぐに取り戻せる。いや、それどころか、これまでの投資だってやがては私の元に戻ってくる。
However, the times have finally caught up with me. I will soon regain everything that I've lost up to this point. No, actually, all of the investments I've made up until now will finally return to my possession.
そう例えるなら、放った稚魚が鮭となり、肥えて帰ってくるようにね。
That's right. Just like throwing away a small fry which then becomes a salmon. They'll come back even bigger than before.
それは認めるで。これからリゾート業界は空前の好景気を迎えるやろ。これまでの負債を埋められるほどかはわからんが。
I'll accept that. The resort business will probably see an unprecedented boom before long, though I don't know if it'll be enough to cover all your debt.
だがな、クラウス兄さん。これまで散々負け続けた兄さんが、どこから軍資金を調達したっていうんや。それも半端ない軍資金や。
However, Kraus-Nissan, after all your failures in the past, who exactly do you expect to provide you with funding? And this isn't some small amount we're talking about.
あれだけの穴を埋められる軍資金やで。
You'll need enough funding to fill the massive hole you've dug.
秀吉さんは何をおっしゃいたいのですか？
What are you trying to say, Hideyoshi-san?
ああ、夏樹さん。ほんま怒らんといてえな。わしらも調べたんや。これまで負け戦続きのクラウス兄さんに、最近の強気な莫大投資を支えられるほどの融資を誰ができたんか調べたんや。
Ah, Natsuki-san, please don't get angry. We looked into this too. We checked to see who might have provided Kraus-Nissan with enough financing to support his recent large-scale projects, despite his string of failures.
結果、いねえんだよ。
We discovered that no such backer exists.
弱り目と逆に張るのがマネールーレットの鉄則だ。兄貴はこの界隈じゃちょいと知られた弱り目さ。
The iron rule of the money roulette is that you bet against a loser. Aniki, you're a fairly well-known loser in this field.
確かに時代は好景気を迎えようとしているが、これまでの兄貴の失敗等を天秤にかけて。
It's true that prosperous times are about to come, but when we look for people who consider that enough to overlook your string of failures,
その上で、融資に値すると思う連中がいるのかって言ったら、
it also had enough for the investment.
誰もいなかったのさ。
We found no candidates.
ならねえ、そのお金をどてことになるのよ。
So, the big question now is where you got that money from.
ほう。興味深い話じゃないか。それで
あなた。
Oh, now isn't this intriguing? And? Dear,
このような暴言をいつまで放置されるつもりですか？
how long do you plan to let these ridiculous remarks stand?
座れよ、夏日さん。単刀直入に言おう。兄貴は、親父の個人資産を自分の事業に流用してる。これはほぼ間違いねえ。
Sit down, Natsui-san. Let's cut to the point. Aniki, you've been diverting Dad's private funds for your own businesses. There's pretty much no room for doubt.
これが俺たちの誤解だってんなら、どうかぜひそれを解いてもらいたいもんさ。
If you think we've made some kind of mistake, please feel free to explain.
ルドルフ、流用なんてもんじゃないわよ。これは横領よ。刑事告発できる立派な犯罪なんだから。
Rudolph, don't call it diverting funds. This is embezzlement, plain and simple. A huge crime that can be criminally prosecuted.
無礼極まりない。
This sort of rudeness cannot be tolerated.
仮にも後宮本家跡継ぎの後宮クラウスに向かって信じられない暴言です。
How can you face the successor to the Ushiromiya head family and level these absurd accusations?
暴言じゃないわよ。図星でしょ。なんとか事業を成功させて、これまでの損失を埋めたいんだけど、その穴は広がっていく一方。
They aren't absurd. They're right on the mark. I'm sure he'd like to somehow make his business succeed and recover his losses, but his debt keeps growing bigger.
博打の穴をさらに大きく張った博打で埋めたいだけよ。その軍資金がすぐ近くにあったなら手をつけるのは道理。
He's just trying to cover up the failure of one gamble by making an even bigger one. It's only natural that he'd try to grab any source of funding close at hand.
はっきり言うわ。兄さんがしているのは横領よ。お父様に対する裏切りよ。しかるべき決着がついた後には司法に委ねることになるでしょうね。
Let me be frank. Nissan, what you're doing is embezzlement. You're betraying father. You know that we'll have the courts settle this after it's all over, right?
そんな輩に後宮本家跡継ぎを名乗らせるとお思い？
Do you think that kind of person has any right to call themselves the successor to the Ushiromiya head family?
言うにこと書いて。当主様への裏切りとは聞き捨てがたい。この栄光ある後宮家の敷居をまたぐ資格はもはやあなたにはありません。
Avaltha, you dare claim that he's betrayed the family head? You no longer have the right to straddle the threshold of the glorious Ushiromiya family.
即刻ここを出て行きなさい。さあ
Leave this place at once. Now!
ほら
Get out! Natsuhi, who had already reached the limits of her anger, shouted at Ava in a rage. She then pointed alternatively at Ava in the hallway, demanding that she leave. Ava took out a folding fan and fanned herself with it, glaring maliciously at Natsuhi as though silently daring her to repeat what she'd said. However, her mouth was still smiling, curved in the shape of a crescent moon. In that unpleasant silence, Rosa gulped.
ねえ、夏日姉さん。誰に向かってそんな口をお聞きなの？
Hey, Natsui-ne-san. To whom do you think you are speaking in such a tone?
無礼極まりない主人の妹に対してです。これ以上は私も本家の台所を預かる者として聞き捨てなりません。
I'm speaking to the exceedingly rude sister of my husband. As the person in charge of the main family's kitchen, I cannot overlook any more of this. She is definitely stepping beyond her bounds right now.
台所を預かる？や
charge of the kitchen?
黙るがいい。この名ばかり女房が。
Be silent, lowly maidservant. Oh, good lord, she angry. Someone give her a Snickers. Ava folded the fan with a snap and rose to her feet energetically. Compared to the elegance and playfulness she'd shown until a second ago, she was now unimaginably aggressive.
バカバカしい。お前が下がりなさい。この後ろ宮エヴァに。
How foolish! You stand down before Ava of the Ushiromiya family.
当主様の左肩を許されている後ろ宮家序列第3位のこのエヴァに下がれと
You tell me to stand down? Me, Ushiromiya Ava? The third ranked in the Ushiromiya family hierarchy? And the one allowed to sit at the left shoulder of the head?
身の程を知りなさい。そしてお前のそのみすぼらしい姿を鏡に映してみるがいい。
Know your place, and then look at your shabby self in a mirror.
お前の服のどこに翼が
Where's the symbol of the wing on your clothes?
どこに片翼のわしが許されているのか
Where are you permitted to wear the one-winged eagle?
貴様など後ろ宮家の跡継ぎを残すためだけの存在じゃないの。
Aren't you nothing more than a borrowed womb to house the next successor to the Ushiromiya family?
身の程をわきまえるがいい。このゲス女が
Understand your place, you common housemaid? Dang. Ava's face twisted hideously as her words gouged into Natsuhi's heart like talons, wrenching at it. There were 100 ways Natsuhi wanted to respond. However, her anger and sorrow crushed her throat, and none of those words managed to make it to her mouth. Her anger had nowhere to go, and became a single hot tear that slowly dripped down.
なーに
I do not like that smug aura. It mocks me. What's wrong?
何か言い返したいならどうぞ言い返しなさいよ。
If you have something to say, please do so.
ほーら
Come on. Ava faced her with a provocative gaze. However, Natsuhi could do nothing but tremble, her clenched fists quivering. Kraus quietly broke that powder keg tension.
夏日、席を外しなさい。頭を冷やすといい。
Natsui, leave your seat. You should go cool your head. Natsui, resenting the fact that her husband had not come to her aid, shifted the focus of her attack.
あなたはさっきから何を言われているのか分かってるんですか？この人たちは言うにこと書いてあなたのことをお父様への裏切り者呼ばわりしているんです。
Dear, don't you understand what they're saying about you? These people are baselessly calling you a traitor to father.
私たちが後宮家の栄光を守り
They're making light of the fact that we protect the glory of the Ushiromiya family, even though we are constantly expending every effort to earn that glory from father.
お父様からそれを受け継ぐため日々高潔であろうとする全ての努力をないがしろにして踏みにじる。なんという聞きがたい暴言。
They trample all that underfoot with their hateful rambling.
あなたもあなたです。どうして言い返さないんですか？
And you don't even try to fight back. Why?
あなたが言い返さないから私が言い返しているのに、さっきからあなたは私に任せっきりで。
I'm only standing up for us because you won't, but you've been putting the entire burden on me for some time now.
その私に頭を冷やして来いなんて言うんですか？いつも私ばかり。
And now you tell me to go cool my head. It's always me. Like, supposing that Natsuhi and Kraus are not really at fault, or I don't know, or at least Natsuhi is not at fault. Supposing that's true, whether it is or not. Like, Natsuhi is... I think she is playing the part of the... what's it called? The pig-headed teammate? Is it? Or anyway, it's that one person on the team who drags you down. Like, I think getting upset so much in these situations is definitely not helping them. And honestly, I sort of feel bad for her. She's trying her best, I feel. But she's, like I said, she's definitely not helping them.
私はいつも真剣にこの家のことを考えているのに、それは。
Even though I've always considered this family's affairs so seriously, you've... Natsuhi was already unable to hide her tears. She flew from the room in that state. After that, all that remained was a somewhat embarrassed mood about the parlor. When the sound of footsteps grew distant and silence returned, Kraus shrugged his shoulders slightly.
妻が失礼した。昔から感情を抑えるのが下手でね。私も苦労している。
I apologize for my wife. She's always been bad at controlling her emotions. It's even been rough for me. I don't like that last remark. Like, I could see Krause's non-interference and then occasional remark as being neutral, but then he put down his wife in front of everybody else. That's not cool, bro.
あんなのに切り盛りされてたんじゃ、兄さんも気苦労が絶えないわね。
If that's what's been managing your household, you must suffer to no end, Nissan.
Oh, 奥様。
何でもありません。
Madam, it's nothing.
下がりなさい。
Leave me be. Natsui flew into her room and threw herself onto her bed, lamenting. Those heart-wrenching sobs reached Kumasawa in the hallway.
おいたわしや奥様。
Poor Madam Natsuhi.
奥様とエヴァ様は犬猿の仲。
There's a deep enmity between her and Eva-sama.
このお二人の関係を説明するのは、女の私にはとてもしんどくございます。
Explaining their relationship would be very trying for me as a woman.
後ろ宮家は血を特に重んじられますが、嫁いで家を出れば、本来は序列から除籍されます。
The Ushiromiya family holds blood in high regard, but if a woman marries and leaves the family, they're normally removed from the family register.
ですから、エヴァ様も本来は秀吉様とのご成婚の際に除籍されるはずだったのです。
Thus, under normal circumstances, Eva-sama should have been removed when she married Hideyoshi-sama.
ところが、これは誰のせいでもありません。ましてや、奥様のせいであろうはずもありません。神様の気まぐれとしか言いようがありません。
However, there is no one deserving of blame in this matter. The madam certainly bears no guilt. There's nothing to call it other than a whim of God.
クラウス様と夏日様にはなかなか子宝が授からなかったのです。
Kraus-sama and Natsui-sama were not blessed with children for some time.
何しろ男尊女卑の後ろ宮家でございます。妻は後継ぎを残すための道具。
After all, this is the male-dominant Ushiromiya family. A wife is merely a tool to create an heir.
その妻が唯一の役割を果たせないのなら、もはや人間扱いなどされません。
If such a wife cannot fulfill her only duty, she will not even be treated as a human.
当時の奥様が親方様からどれほど責め苛まれていたか思い出すのも苦しゅうございます。
It pains me to remember how the master tortured Madame during that time.
そんな中、エヴァ様に秀吉様とのご結婚の話が持ち上がりました。
Back then, a wedding between Eva-sama and Hideyoshi-sama was being discussed.
エヴァ様は狡猾でした。奥様がいつまでも身ごもられないことにつけ入って親方様に取り入ったのです。
Eva-sama was sly. Taking advantage of Madame's inability to become pregnant, she gained the favor of the master.
入り婿を取って自分が跡継ぎを産むと吹き込み、ご自分の席を後宮家にとどまらせるよう認めさせたのでございます。
She inspired him to allow her to marry and give birth to a successor herself, making sure to avoid transferring her name out of the Ushiromiya register.
後宮家に嫁ぎ、外様扱いの奥様と入り婿を取る形で血族として残ったエヴァ様は、後宮家の序列の中では雲泥の差。
There was a vast difference in the Ushiromiya hierarchy between Madame, who married into the Ushiromiya family and was treated as an outsider, and Eva-sama, who is related to the family by blood, and whose husband took on the Ushiromiya name.
しかもエヴァ様は先にそれも男児をご出産されております。
Furthermore, Eva-sama actually gave birth first, and to a boy.
どれほど奥様の立場がエヴァ様の前で弱いものであったか、お察しいただけますでしょうか。
As for how much weaker Madame's position was than Eva-sama, well, I believe you could see for yourself.
奥様にとっては、もし自分がすぐに解任することができれば、エヴァ様の入り婿など親方様に認めさせずに済み、今日のエヴァ様の増長を許さずに済んだだろうという悔しい気持ちがあるに違いありません。
I'm sure Madame is tormented by the thought that if only she had gotten pregnant earlier, the master wouldn't have accepted Eva-sama's request to keep her last name after marriage, and Eva-sama wouldn't have been permitted to act as arrogantly as she did today.
しかし、それは奥様のせいであろうはずもない。すべては気まぐれな神様とジェシカさんをお届けすることが遅れたコウノトリのせいなのでございます。
However, that was not Madame's fault. All of the blame lies with God's whims and the stork that delivered Jessica late.
だからといって奥様にはそうと割り切れるはずもない。ただただ妻としての責務を全うできなかったことに、女として悔し涙をこぼすしかできないでしょう。
Even so, Madame won't allow herself to see things this way. She probably can't help but cry bitter tears as a woman at her inability to carry out the duties expected of a wife.
はあ、老いたわしや。私には何もできず、こうして物陰から見守ることしかできないのです。
Ah, how sad. I cannot do anything except watch over her from the shadows. And so time passes. Huh? Okay, we go back to 1:30. So it was 2 o'clock at the end of that. And now we went back in time 30 minutes. I guess to follow the kids? But before I continue, I need to go use the bathroom. I'll be right back in like 2 or so minutes. And then we'll see what the kids are doing. Alright. Got a bit sidetracked there, but I'm back. Ah, nice peaceful music. Happy. Yes. Okay. We crossed the hall again on our way to the entrance. As we did, we once again spotted that witch's portrait. However, spotted is probably not the best word to describe that experience. It was more like our eyes were inexorably drawn to it. That woman's eyes, with their sage-like glamour, definitely had the power to make those who viewed it stand rooted to the spot.
魔女ベアトリーチェか本当かね
So this is the witch, Beatrice. Wonder if that story is true.
バトラ信じてない？
Battler doesn't believe? Back when he had asked what this picture was, the first person to tell him had been Maria. Therefore, when Battler showed signs of doubt, Maria must have felt that Battler didn't have faith in her. Of course, that wasn't what Battler meant. Maria ran up to the portrait and began banging on a plate hanging below it. Maybe the title of the portrait was written there. Maria, trying to prove that she wasn't lying, obstinately continued to hit the plate.
ああ、悪い悪い。別にマリアが言ったのを疑ったわけじゃないぜ。
Ah, sorry about that. It's not like I doubt anything you said, Maria.
バトラ納得。
Battler believes. When he patted Maria's head and apologized, she seemed to accept it, sticking out her chest and proudly oohing.
何我が最愛の魔女ベアトリーチェ。懐かしき故郷を貫く。って、なんだこの怪しげな長い碑文はよ。
What's this? My beloved witch Beatrice. Behold the sweet fish river. What's with this weird, huge epitaph? The plate did have the title of the portrait written on it, but it was much too big to contain only that. Beneath the title was what appeared to be a long epitaph. If you just skimmed over it, several unnerving words would jump out at you.
すげえだろそれ。じいさまが書かせたものだよ。意味深だろ？
Incredible, isn't it? Grandfather had that made. Pretty deep, huh?
マリア知ってる。黄金の隠し場所。
I know. It's the place where the gold's hidden.
おいおい、後ろ宮家の隠し黄金の話か？そりゃまた懐かしい話だね。
Wait, is it that story about the Ushiromiya family's hidden gold? Now there's another thing I remember from long ago.
っていうか兄貴、これマジなのか？
Hold on, Aniki. Is this for real?
これを書かせたおじいさまは、この絵とこの碑文に関しては何も語ってくれないんだ。でも、親類たちの間では、おじいさまの黄金の隠し場所を記したもので、
Grandfather had this made, but he never said anything about this picture or the epitaph. Even so, amongst the family, it's often whispered that it indicates the location of Grandfather's hidden gold.
この謎を解いた者に家督と黄金のすべてを譲るという意味ではないかともっぱらささやかれてるよ。
And that he'll relinquish the inheritance and the gold to the person who solves the riddle.
マリア聞いた。マリア聞いた。
I heard that too. I heard that too. I heard that too.
黄金いっぱいいっぱい。
Lots and lots of gold.
さてな。10トンの金塊なんてね。私はちょいと眉唾だけどな。
Well, something like that. Something like 10 metric tons of gold bars. I think it's fake though.
しかしよ、こんな碑文を読んじまうとマジかなって気になっちまうな。
Still, when you read about it in an epitaph like this, it almost seems real. I think I already explained grandfather's upbringing, but let me also mention the Ushiromiya family's legend of the gold. Grandfather succeeded the Ushiromiya family after it was destroyed in the Great Kanto earthquake, and by successfully riding the stormy seas after the war, he managed to accumulate great wealth. That much of the story everyone knows. However, this is where the strange part begins. Part of it involves grandfather's black magic obsession, so its credibility is extremely low, but... well, wait until the end before you doubt or make fun of it. After the war, grandfather correctly predicted what the future would hold, and won in a huge gamble, accumulating a vast store of wealth. But there's a mysterious legend about how he gained his initial funding. Grandfather came from a branch family and had no connections in the business world or the financial world. Even though he later built connections with the occupying forces, he supposedly started as a nameless person who hadn't yet gained anyone's trust. It takes trust to gather money. There's no way anyone would lend money to someone they didn't trust. How did grandfather, who had no reputation at all, manage to obtain his first vast chunk of funds? When asked that question, grandfather supposedly answered like this. On a certain day, I encountered the golden witch Beatrice. Grandfather then went on and on about his continuing research into alchemy and techniques for summoning demons in order to become a great magician. And the entity summoned as the result of the demon calling ceremony was the golden witch Beatrice. He then apparently made a contract by which he would receive fortune and honor in exchange for his own soul. The witch then granted grandfather 10 tons of gold. Grandfather used this gold as collateral to prepare a vast quantity of funds, which he then used to multiply his wealth many times over and revived the Ushiromiya family. It seems this story is so old that even our parents were told it when they were still children. So back when our parents were young, they explored this island in all sorts of ways, believing that the gold grandfather had received from the witch might be hidden somewhere. However, since there was the danger of them getting lost in the abandoned forest, grandmother began to spread the story that the witch lived in the forest, and approaching it was forbidden.
そんな話があったな。俺たちも小さい頃、親からその話を聞かされて、宝探しと称して島中はあちこちうろうろして。
I remember that old story. When we were little, we also went all over the island searching for treasure after our parents told us about it.
森で迷ってワンワン泣いて、塩兄さんに見つけてもらって、親にめちゃくちゃ怒られたんじゃなかったっけ？
Didn't we get lost in the forest once, then start crying until some of the servants found us? Our parents got so mad.
懐かしいぜ。
Dang, that takes me back.
バカだったよな。だってよ、じいさまはその資本金で儲けた挙句でこの島を買うんだぜ。
We sure were idiots, weren't we? After all, grandfather only bought this island after using those funds to get rich, right?
この島に来る前から黄金を持ってたってことになるじゃねえか。
That means he must have had the gold before coming here.
この島にあるわけがないぜ。
There's no way the gold's on this island.
そうとも限らないよ。その黄金が元からこの島に隠されていて、それを確実に自分のものにするためにこの島を丸々買い取ったとかね。
That's not necessarily so. Maybe the gold was hidden on the island from the beginning, and he bought the whole island just to ensure that it'd be his and his alone.
何しろ10トンもあるんだもん。
There was a whole 10 metric tons of it, right?
安全な場所に移すより隠し場所そのものを確保する方が現実的だよ。
It seems more realistic that he'd try to secure the place where it was hidden, rather than try to move it all.
この碑文を書かせたのは2年前。それもじいさま自身ってなると、なるほど。黄金伝説も信憑性が増してくるじゃねえか。
This epitaph was made 2 years ago, and since grandfather wrote it himself, yeah, it does make the legend of the gold seem more believable.
じいさまが後宮家復興の資本金にしたという魔女に授けられた黄金が10トン。そいつがどこかに今も眠っていて、じいさまはこの謎を解けたやつに全部を譲ろうって、そういうつもりなのかもしれねえ。
The so-called witch's gold that revived the Ushiromiya family weighed 10 tons. Maybe that's sleeping somewhere, ready to be turned over to whoever can solve grandfather's riddle. Maybe that's why he did it.
へえ、じいさまらしいセンスというか、なんて。
I guess that sounds like grandfather's style or something.
マジならなんとも景気のいい話だぜ。
If it's true, that's pretty incredible. The epitaph carved into the plate was very mysterious, with something like a poem or a song written on it. The text was incredibly disturbing, filled with the signs of grandfather's black magic hobby, and its contents were in truly bad taste. But it could definitely be viewed as a puzzle which, if solved, might lead to the hidden gold.
そういうつもりなのかどうか、おじい様の胸中は想像もつかないけどね。
Whether that's what he intended or not, I can't even imagine what his true motive might have been.
一つ言えるのは、このうさんくさい碑文を、おじい様は一族全員に告示するかのようにここに掲示したこと。
All we know for sure is that grandfather put this shady epitaph here so that everyone in the family could see it.
そして、黄金の存在はほのめかしながらも、未だにその隠し場所について一切触れないこと。
We also know that he's hinted at the existence of the gold without ever talking about where it might be hidden. At least so far.
そこから、親たちが想像を膨らませて、おじい様の知恵比べに違いないって言い出した。
These facts were then embellished by the imaginations of our parents, who were convinced that grandfather was challenging us to a battle of wits.
欲の皮が突っ張ってるうちの親父あたりだろうぜ。こんなよまいごとを真に受けてるなんてよ。
Sounds just like my dad, so greedy that he takes something like this so seriously.
じいさまの黒魔術趣味はバカにしてるくせに、この隠し黄金の話だけは信じてやがる。
He may laugh at grandfather's black magic obsession, but he'd still believe the story about the hidden gold.
調子のいい話さ。
Just sounds so good.
確かに現実的な話じゃないよね。当時無名で何のコネクションもなかったおじい様に無償で莫大な金塊を融資する人物なんているわけがない。
Well, it's certainly not a realistic story. At that time, when grandfather was still nameless and had no connections, there was no way anyone would just lend him a massive quantity of gold bars for free.
それがいたからこそ、おじい様はそのスポンサーを魔女と呼んだというなら考えられない話じゃないけど。
Such a person actually did exist. It's not unthinkable that grandfather would call such a sponsor a witch.
でもよ、10トンだぜ、10トン。
Yeah, but it's 10 tons. 10 tons!
一体現金に直したらいくらくらいになるんだ？
If you cashed that in...
っていうか、とんでもない量になるはずだぜ。
Oops. Yeah, if you cash that in, how much would it come to? I mean, it'd have to be a ridiculous amount, right?
とんでもない量だよ。
It certainly would be a ridiculous amount.
人類が有史以来発掘した黄金はせいぜい10万トンって言われてる。
They say that the total amount of gold mined by humankind since the dawn of history is 100,000 metric tons at most.
人類の歴史が手にした黄金の1万分の1を個人が手にしてるっていうのはとてつもないことだよ。
That 1/10,000th of all the gold humankind has obtained throughout history should belong to just one person is insane.
それが一箇所にあり、しかもそれをおじい様にポンと貸し出せるような魔女。
On top of that, this witch supposedly had all this gold, or all that gold collected in one place. Was able to lend it to grandfather just like that. I'm curious though, how much is 10 tons of gold? Like, okay, so there's supposed to be like a ton of gold in Fort Knox. Is that still a thing? How much gold is in Fort Knox? Do we know? Okay, apparently in... Oh, okay, that's more than I expected. 143 or 147.3 million ounces. Huh.
ただものじゃないね。
100,000 metric tons. That gave me a measurement of weight, though, so I don't know. Well, tons is weight. What am I saying? I'm losing it. How many ounces in a ton? There are 32,000 ounces in a ton. So if there were 10,000 tons of gold... Or wait, 10,000. No, it was 10, right? Wait. 10 or 10,000? Yeah, it was 1/10,000. 10 tons of gold would be 320,000 ounces. Okay, so that's nowhere near what's in Fort Knox. At least according to Google. Another little bit of trivia there. But that's still a lot. Anyway, we're not talking about any ordinary person.
私はよ、その10トンって数字ももはや嘘くさいと思ってるぜ。
Well, to me, that 10 tons number seems pretty fishy.
第一よ、じいさま以外に見たやつはいないんだろ？
After all, no one's actually seen it except grandfather, right?
仮に気前のいい魔女が実在して黄金を貸したとしても、それは10は10でも10キロぐらいの間違いじゃねえのか？
Even if we assume that some generous witch existed and lent him some gold, maybe it was closer to 10 kilograms than 10 tons.
10キロでも相当いい金額になるはずだぜ。
Even 10 kilograms would be a pretty incredible sum, right?
10キロの黄金っていくら？
10 kilograms of gold is how much? Maria, who wasn't following the story and felt like she was being spoken to in riddles, finally found a place where she could ask us a question. It was a question I also wanted answered right then. Whether it was 10 kilograms or 10 tons, it still felt like a huge amount, but I had no idea exactly how huge. George Aniki folded his arms and tried to remember the market price of gold.
さあ、金も相場の影響を受けるから何とも言えないし、純度や鋳造先の信用によっても変わってくる。
Well, even the value of gold is affected by the market, and the value of physical gold can change depending on its purity and the trustworthiness of the foundry.
換金に手数料もかかるし。
You'd also need to pay handling fees to cash it in.
ただ、希少金属であることは間違いなくて、このまま採掘が進めば、人類はあと半世紀ほどで全てを掘り尽くしてしまうんじゃないかって憶測もある。
However, that doesn't change the fact that it's a precious metal, and some people estimate that humanity will mine all the world's gold within half a century if gold mining continues at its current rate.
デタラメに言って、1キロあたり200万円程度の価値はあるんじゃないかと思うね。
Just guessing haphazardly, I think you could expect a price of about 2 million yen per kilogram.
ひゅ私よ、10キロってのは今適当に言った控えめな数字なんだけどよ。それでも2000万円の価値があるってことになるじゃねえかよ。
Whoa, Just now I randomly said 10 kilograms, since it sounded smaller. But even that would be worth 20 million yen, wouldn't it?
ほー。マリア、体重28キロ。
I weigh 28 kilograms.
ということは、マリアちゃんと同じ重さの黄金なら、その価値は5000万円を超えるって計算になるね。
Which means that if we had Maria-chan's weight in gold, we could estimate its worth at over 50 million yen. Oh, 100, I almost missed that. 100 tons would be worth about 4.7 billion. Woo! Dang. Wait, 4.7 billion pounds? Or dollars? We're talking pounds or dollars? Because pounds are worth more than dollars. Oh my. We're getting into economics here.
そりゃたまげるな。
That's just unbelievable.
10トンならいくらだ？
How much would 10 tons be then?
10キロで2000万が1000倍だから、
10 kilograms is 20 million yen, which you multiply by 1000, so,
はあ、200億円か？
20 billion yen?
こりゃたまらねえや。
What the hell? How much is 20 billion yen actually worth? You can only measure it relative to our own pocketbooks. Anyway, let's say that a person's wages over a lifetime are about 200 million yen. You grow up and work like crazy, sacrificing your life for your company, and you're finally free as you approach old age. Everything including retirement money might add up to about 200 million yen. In other words, that's the amount of money that'll be made throughout a human's life. You know, you could even call it the value of a life. So 100 times that sum is an unbelievable amount of money. If you work from age 20 to age 60, that's 40 years of work. So it's equal to 4,000 years of work wages. You worked every day from the start of the Jomon period. You'd only reach that number about now.
ほう。200億円ってすごい？
Is 20 billion yen a lot?
ああ、すげえよ。
Heck yeah, it's a lot.
マリアの大好きなショートケーキだったら、多分一生かかっても食い切れないくらい買えるぜ。
Maria, you love shortcake, right? Excuse me. You could buy more shortcake than you could possibly eat for the rest of your life.
でも、200億円という現金ならいざ知れず。
However, while that might be possible with 20 billion yen in cash,
それと同等の金塊が一ところにあるなんて、とても現実的とは思えないね。
I don't think it would be very realistic to have that much in gold bars all in one place.
さっきも言った通り、黄金は非常に重くて、財産をまとめておくにはちょっと便利とは思えないよ。ものすごい額面の有価証券とか、ものすごく価値のある宝石とか、そういうものなら考えられなくもないけれど。
Just as I said, gold is extremely heavy, though it isn't exactly convenient as a method of storing wealth. Sure, you could imagine someone gathering their fortune together as in incredibly high-value stocks or precious gems. I just want to... I mean, I would think gold is a good way to store wealth because it is so heavy, because it has so much mass. I don't know, so... Like how much does a gold bar weigh? A gold bar, a standard gold bar held and traded internationally by central banks and bullion dealers. Good delivery bar with a 400 OZT, 12.4 kilograms, 438.9 ounce. Let's see. Okay, but oh, okay. So we got 12.4 kilogram gold bar. How big is it? I don't know why I'm getting sidetracked on this. I just find it amusing. Well, now I'm seeing about a 1 kilo gold bar. It's like about the size of an iPhone. So let's see. Essentially the same size as an iPhone 6. Its width is 40 millimeters, length 80 millimeters, and depth 18 millimeters. Let's see, tons to kilograms. Oh, well that, yeah, that would, let's see. 1 ton is about 907 kilograms. I'm hurting my brain here. I mean, if he had like 907 iPhone 6s and then multiply that by 10, I guess that is a pretty big area. That would be hard to store that much gold. Too much math, brain hurt. How do you escape school? You can never escape. Welcome to Corpse Party 3. Back to school. Oh. Okay, back to story. No more math. Okay.
戦時中の混乱期に自分の資産を持ち運べるよう全て宝石などに変えた人たちがいたのは有名な話だからね。
You often hear of people who traded their wealth for precious gems so they could carry it around with them during the chaotic times of war.
でも黄金で資産を備蓄したというのはなかなか聞かない。
But you don't usually hear stories of people exchanging their wealth for gold. Okay, he says that, but growing up, I remember so many commercials about, hey look, you should buy gold. It's a good investment. Is that still a thing? I don't know. I don't really watch straight TV, so I don't see commercials much anymore. Although I do see ads on Twitch, so not really gold to the moon, go all in. Stonks.
確かに重いけどよ、国際的に一番信用されてて価値も安定してるし、意味はあるんじゃないのかな。
It may be heavy, but it's the most trusted and stable form of wealth internationally, so maybe that was important.
証券とかだったら国が滅びちまったら紙切れになっちまうわけだし。
For example, bonds are just scraps of paper if the whole country goes under.
そういう考え方もあるね。でも 10kg のインゴット一つでも体感重量は相当のものだよ。
You can also look at it that way, but even one 10-kilogram ingot is pretty heavy to carry around.
聞いたことない？
Haven't you heard?
50キロの人間は背負えても50キロの俵は担げないって。
A 50-kilogram person can't carry a 50-kilogram bag over their shoulder.
それだけの莫大な重量の金塊を個人が所有するリスクと手間は計り知れないね。
With that many gold bars, the amount of labor and risk for one person would be hard to calculate.
ってことはつまり200億円の札束がうなってるって話ならともかく、 200億円分の黄金が山積みになってるってのは、ちょいと現実味がないわけだな。
So what you're saying is, while it'd be one thing if you had a stack of banknotes worth 20 billion yen, 20 billion yen in gold would be such a big mountain that practically it'd be kind of pointless.
そういうことになるね。黄金伝説なんて響きはとても面白いんだけど、そもそも10トンの黄金という時点で少々無理があるね。
That's right. Although the legend of the gold does have a pretty interesting ring to it, just the part about the 10 tons of gold makes it pretty much impossible.
そうやってリズムで考えると、みるみる嘘くさくなっていくぜ。
You think about it logically like that, it sounds obviously fake.
夢のない話さ。
Kind of brings you back down to reality.
でも、そこは何しろ、あのおじいさまだからね。
Anyway, that's grandfather for you.
親切なお金持ちからの融資を大げさに吹聴して、魔女から授かった10トンの黄金、なんて例え方をしたのかもしれないよ。
Maybe he exaggerated the story of how some kind, wealthy person gave him a loan by saying he got 10 tons of gold from a witch.
10トンという数字も象徴的な感じがするしね。
Even the number 10 tons feels pretty symbolic.
つまり、借りた金のありがたさは10トンの黄金に匹敵する価値があった。ってなことだな。
You mean like his gratitude for the money he borrowed was worth 10 tons of gold or something?
じいさまに大金持ちの勇敢マダムが気前よく恵んでくれて。
Maybe some rich man's leisured wife generously granted it grandfather.
そのご婦人を魔女と呼んだ。ってことじゃねえのか？
And maybe he started calling this person a witch. I see. Jessica's example isn't bad. Someone who generously lent a huge sum of money to grandfather when he still had no reputation might as well be called a witch. Furthermore, grandfather actually did use that money to build a vast amount of wealth later on. The fact that this person was so great at judging people might also justify calling her a witch. Also, since she went to the trouble of lending all that money, she might have enthusiastically overseen how it was spent. The decision to unexpectedly get involved with the occupying forces and profit from the Korean War demands might have been inspired by the witch herself. That might explain why he claimed to have received both wealth and honor from her.
なるほどな。ってことはつまり、この魔女様は後宮家復興のための資金を恵んでくださった復興の大恩人ってわけだ。
I see. So in other words, this witch lent grandfather the funds necessary to revive the Ushiromiya family, and he owed her big time.
となりゃ、じい様が感謝の気持ちを込めて、こんだけでかい絵を描かせて掲げさせたってのも、なるほど、おかしい話じゃないのかもな。
And then he felt so grateful that he had a huge painting drawn and displayed. Yeah, it's not that crazy a story.
ひょっとするとよ、当の本人は見るからに魔女っぽいばあさんだったかもしれないぜ。それをじい様が美化して、こんな美人に描いてくれたってのは考えられる話さ。
Even possible this person was an old granny who looked like a witch. Maybe grandfather idolized her, and that's why he had her drawn to look so beautiful.
案外、当の本人に会ってみたら、こんなに美人じゃないかもしれねえな。
I'll bet if we ever did meet this person, she wouldn't be nearly this pretty.
ありえるね。ベアトリーチェって名前はいかにも洋風だけど、僕たち一族の名前がみんな洋風であることを考えると、このベアトリーチェって名前も日本人名を無理やり洋風にアレンジしたものなのかもしれないよ。
That's possible. The name Beatrice sounds pretty Western, and if you think about how everyone in our family has Western names, maybe even the name Beatrice is the result of grandfather trying to rearrange some Japanese person's name to make it sound Western.
なるほど、なるほど。この美人は絵の中にしかいないってわけだな。
I get it. That means this pretty girl doesn't exist outside the picture.
それじゃあの立派そうな胸は揉めそうにないぜ。
Guess that means I won't be able to rub those elegant breasts. Oh, Battler. Must you always go that way?
鼻から魔女なんておかしいんだよな。
In the first place, isn't having a witch pretty bizarre by itself?
そんなのが地球上のどこにいるってんだ。
Like you could find something like that anywhere on Earth. I laughed and made fun of the witch, trying to distinguish myself from the kid I was 6 years ago, feared the witch of the forest, when Maria tugged on my sleeve. I could tell by how hard she pulled that she was a bit upset.
ん？なんだよ、マリア。
What is it, Maria?
ベアトリーチェはいる。
Beatrice exists! Maria stared up at me. She had on her usual sour look, but I could tell she was angry by the color of her eyes.
魔女いる。魔女はいる。
Witches exist! Witches exist!
なんだよ、そりゃいるだろうよ。テレビをつけりゃアニメとかによ。
Well, sure. Yeah, well, sure. They do exist. If you turn on the TV and watch anime or something.
いる。魔女はいる。
Exist! Witches exist! I started getting impatient, not knowing why Maria was jumping on me like this. Then Jessica tapped me on the shoulder and whispered,
バカだな。子供の夢打ち砕いてんじゃねえぜ。マリアは魔女とかベアトリーチェとかが確かに存在するって信じてんだよ。
Dumbass, you're smashing a kid's dream. Maria really believes things like witches and Beatrice exists. Hey there, yum antimatter. Is this a first-time playthrough? Yes and no. So, like, over a year ago, I watched Chapter 1. So I've forgotten a lot about it, and that's all I've seen of it. But otherwise, yeah, this is a first-time playthrough. Like I said, there's a lot that I don't remember, and I haven't seen anything past Chapter 1. So I'd say yes, mostly a first-time playthrough. Yeah, I watched it before. Well, like I said, just Chapter 1. And I decided I wanted to actually play it now. Exciting. This thing has so many twists and turns. Do I like solving mysteries? Because I'm gonna. Yeah, I do like solving mysteries. I was playing Corpse Party there at the end of October into the beginning of November here. And I gotta say, I was really liking the mystery stuff there. So I feel right at home with this. Watched a different... Let's play the VN or the anime. I watched a playthrough... Or yeah, I watched a playthrough of the VN Chapter 1. I did not watch the anime. I heard that the anime is definitely not as good, but I mean, I guess that's because they had to shove so much into, like, what, 12 episodes? I'm not sure how much they adapted either. Anyway. This is the first mystery story seriously tried to solve. So glad you did. Anime is pretty mad, but it's something to watch. Yeah, maybe I'll watch the anime after I play through this. Like I said, this is probably going to take a year to get through. I plan to do more every Monday. This will be the thing I do on Mondays. But yeah, from what I remember of going through chapter 1. I was definitely into it then, and I definitely want to see what comes after. So I'm pretty excited myself. Taking my time, but I'm excited. I mean, I've definitely heard a lot of people like this. So I really believe that it's a good one. Anime has pacing issues that lead to bad characterization, committed a logic error, made part of the solution not work by accident by changing one scene. Yeah, that's what happens when you try to shove things into such a small time frame. So many bangers to listen throughout the story. Yeah, got great music. Only adapted the first half anyway. So does the anime adapt the entire questions arc? Is that what you mean? I saw like chapters 1 through 4 are the questions arc, and then 5 through 8 are the answers arc, or arcs. So when you say first half, is it like the question or all of the questions arc and none of the answers? Yeah, the anime is questions arc only. Okay, I see. Yeah, that is definitely putting a whole lot in a small time frame, because just chapter 1 here is taking me, I imagine it's going to take another week or two to get through all of chapter 1, if not longer. So that'll be like 16 hours or more. Yeah. Have I ever played or watched Higurashi? Is this my first Ryukishi work? I have not played or watched Higurashi. Maybe someday. Like, maybe I'll play through that after I play through this. So after a year or so. But yeah, this is my first work by Ryukishi that I've really watched or got into. I think I like the setting, or the idea of the setting, more on the, or in this. I mean, all I know about Higurashi is that it's like high school kids, I guess. I assume. I know next to nothing other than it's, I think, high school kids, and it's horror. And very bloody. But this, I like the idea of witches and magic and that kind of thing. I'm a big fantasy person, so I think this hits my interests more, and that's why I'm starting with this. You like this one more than Higurashi? Because you enjoy the adults maneuvering more than the high school slice of life? Mystery first tone more than horror first tone? Yeah, that too. Like, horror is neat and all that, but I'm definitely more on the side of the mystery, or I enjoy the mystery more than horror as well. I'm just trying to figure things out and make sense of things. Being sent for a loop sometimes. Also, other things that are illegal to hear at the moment. Yeah. Like, I don't know if this game has parts where... Oh, thank you for the follow. Yeah, thank you for the follow, Yom Antimatter. Definitely appreciate it. But yeah, I don't know if this game has parts where you actually have to, like, do gameplay, or if it's pretty much reading only. But I forget where I was going with this. And yeah. For Umineko, since you love love murder mystery. Also, it has best girl in it. Right, you have your Steam profile picture, I think, is a character from Umineko. Anyway, back to the story. See if we can get to a time stop before I end. I don't know when the next one is. Okay, Maria really believes things like witches and Beatrice exist.
確かマリアちゃんは学校の文集に将来なりたいものは魔女って書いたんだっけ?
Come to think of it, Maria-chan, in social studies at your school, when you were asked to write what you wanted to be when you grew up, you wrote a witch, didn't you? Maria nodded seriously. Tears started to run from the corners of her eyes. You see, to a girl who wants to become a witch in the future, the existence of Beatrice was proof that witches do exist in the world, and was therefore an image that she yearned after and admired. Oh, right. I remember what I was going to say earlier. Yeah, I don't know if this game actually has any, like, gameplay stuff where I have to figure things out myself. But if that time comes, like, I do try to figure things out myself, but if it gets too confusing, then I don't mind a little help. But I definitely don't want spoilers themselves. So, like, gameplay advice, I'm okay with. Spoiler stuff, not okay with. So thank you for not spoiling. Exist! Exist! Witches exist, but Battler still doesn't believe.
いるよ、魔女は。お兄ちゃんは信じるよ。
It's okay. Witches do exist. I believe it. George Aniki kneeled down and hugged Maria's head. Oh, the closest I'm gonna get to gameplay is at the very, very end. Otherwise, there's nothing. Okay. I wasn't sure. Some visual novels, I know, do have like little bits of gameplay type stuff. I wasn't sure if this is one of them or not. Watching this, Jessica poked my side. So that's what it is. It's like shouting that Santa Claus doesn't exist in front of a child who believes in him on Christmas Eve. I'm not the kind of guy who likes to shatter kids' dreams.
悪かったぜ。別にマリアの夢にケチをつけたわけじゃねえんだ。謝るよ。
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't trying to make fun of your dreams, so I apologize.
ベアトリーチェはいるよな。
Beatrice does exist.
今もこの島の森の中に住んでいて、夜な夜なこの屋敷で何をやってるのか覗き見しに来るんだろ。
Even now, she's living in the forest and comes to the mansion every night to peek in and see what everyone's doing.
だから森には入っちゃいけない。
So you shouldn't go into the forest.
夜はいつまでも暗い森を眺めていてはいけない。
At night, you mustn't stare into the dark forest.
森の魔女、ベアトリーチェに見つかってしまうかもしれないから。
You might be seen by the witch of the forest, Beatrice.
バサマがそう言ってたんだもんね。
After all, grandmother said so.
本当に 本当にバトラーは信じる？
Really? Battler really believes?
おお、信じるぜ。ケチをつけて悪かったよ。
Yep, I believe. Sorry for doubting it.
ほら、仲直りしようぜ。
Come on, let's make up. That said, you can start solving things from the beginning. You're gonna want to have a way to take notes or screenshots, but searchable typed notes are better, starting in episode 2 if not earlier. Huh. Interesting. I'll keep that in mind then. Yeah. Like, when I was doing Corpse Party, I kept like a little notepad on the other screen on my computer. So, yeah, I might do that then, start taking notes. But I'll probably start that in like, yeah, chapter 2, or episode 2, whatever. Stuck out my hand. Maria grabbed it with her tiny hand, and we made up. Yeah, right now I don't really know what to take notes of. So I think I'd have to wait until chapter 2. Maria didn't grumble any more than that, so George, Aniki, and Jessica were relieved.
あら、皆様、ここにいらっしゃられたんですか。
Oh, so this is where all of you were.
てっきり海岸へ行かれたとばかり。
I was sure you had just left to go to the beach. Shannon-chan, carrying a basket, was surprised to find us all gathered in front of the portrait.
シャノンか。いやさ、バトラはベアトリーチェの肖像画を初めて見るからさ。まあ、見とれてたってわけだぜ。
Ah, Shannon. Well, this is the first time Battler has seen Beatrice's portrait. He was just fascinated by it.
そうですね。見とれちゃいますね。
That's right. It certainly is fascinating. When in doubt, small bombs? What? Oh my.
ベアトリーチェ様って本当にお綺麗です。
Beatrice-sama is truly beautiful.
さぞや親方様を虜になさったろうと思います。
I'm sure that she captivated the master. When in doubt, Pru Pikapuyo. I'm concerned.
パトロン説の他にも、おじい様の初恋の人だという説もあるんだ。
In addition to the patron theory, there's also a theory that she was grandfather's first love.
どちらにせよ、彼女に出会ってから数十年を経ているだろうにもかかわらず、今なお心の中に大きく居座り続けているんだから。
Either way, although it's been several decades since he met her, even now she holds a special place in his heart.
それは今なお虜にしているということなんだろうね。
Which means he must still be captivated by her.
やれやれ。これじゃ、ばあ様はさぞや嫉妬しただろうぜ。
Sheesh. That must have made grandmother pretty jealous, huh?
私はよく知らねえけど、やっぱりそういうのはあったらしいぜ。
I'm not really sure, but that might actually be true.
ばあ様は金髪の浮気相手がいると信じてたらしいな。
Apparently, grandmother believed he was cheating on her with some blonde.
ほう、いい匂い。シャノンからいい匂い。
Oh, good smell. Good smell coming from Shannon. Maria, sniffing, approached the basket Shannon-chan was holding with interest. After hearing that, I noticed a fragrant smell with a touch of vanilla.
申し訳ございません。熊沢さんからこれを皆さんにお届けするようにことづかりました。
Ah, I apologize. I was told by Kumasawa-san to bring them to everyone.
なんだろう。素敵だね。
What is it, I wonder? Oh, excellent.
クッキーだ。
Cookies. Cookies! Yay! People cookie.
クッキー食べたい。クッキー食べたい。
Wanna eat cookies? Wanna eat cookies?
お召し上がりいただけますよ。
Please, eat as much as you would like. Shannon, no. Don't tell the child to eat as many cookies as they would like.
でも、その...
But, would it be appropriate to serve cookies in a place like this, in front of the portrait? Shannon-chan sent us a glance that seemed to ask what we wanted to do about it. Well, yeah, I guess eating here would be bad manners, generally speaking.
マリア、ここじゃなくてよそで食べようぜ。
Maria, why don't we eat someplace else?
クッキーをお弁当にピクニックに行こう。
Let's put the cookies in a bento and have a picnic.
ピクニック行こう。ピクニック行こう。
Have a picnic! Have a picnic!
クッキー食べれるなら行こう。
If we can eat cookies, let's go!
そうだな。ちょっと表の空気を吸いに行くか。
Yeah, let's go get some fresh air.
魔女様の御前でつまみ食いもねえもんだぜ。
We shouldn't stuff ourselves right in front of the witch.
そうだ。もともと私たちは浜辺に行こうって言ってたんじゃねえか。
That's right. Didn't we say that we wanted to go down to the beach in the first place?
行こうぜ行こうぜ。
Let's go, let's go!
シャノンちゃん、申し訳ないんだけど、腰を下ろせる敷物と水筒にお茶を入れてきてもらうのをお願いしてもいいかな？
Shannon-chan, sorry, but could I ask you to get us a blanket to sit on and some flasks of tea?
はい。かしこまりました。
Right, certainly. Shannon-chan received her instructions and gracefully bowed before retracing her steps. We headed for the beach on our own. Everyone headed for the entrance in a group. Feeling as though that witch was staring down at our backs, I turned around once more.
おお、アトラ、まだ信じてない？
Rattler, you still don't believe?
いや、信じるぜ。その方が夢があるしな。
Nope, I believe. It'd be so much cooler that way.
黄金の魔女ベアトリーチェがじい様に10トンの黄金を授けた。
The golden witch Beatrice gave grandfather 10 tons of gold.
それで、その黄金がどこかに眠っているかもしれない。
And that gold might be sleeping around here somewhere.
しかもそいつを、じい様は怪しげな碑文に書き残し、見つけられるもんなら見つけてみろと俺たちを挑発してるってんじゃねえか。
Besides, didn't grandfather write that strange epitaph as though challenging us to find it if we can?
こういうロマンはあった方がいいってもんさ。
I'd say that kind of adventurous story's way better.
200億円の黄金か。私たち4人で山分けしたってとんでもない金額になるな。
20 billion yen worth of gold, huh? Even if we split it up between the four of us, that's still a ridiculous amount of money.
一人頭50億円か。すごいね。
5 billion yen for each of us. Incredible.
それだけあったらどんな事業でも起こせそうだよ。
With that kind of money, you could probably make any sort of business prosper.
いや、そもそも働かずに生涯を優雅に過ごせるだろうね。
In fact, we could live our whole lives fabulously without working at all.
おお、50億円よりクッキークッキー。
I don't want 5 billion yen. I want cookies. Cookies.
マリアには金よりクッキーだな。しかし、50億円か。夢のある話さ。
Maria would take cookies over money. Still, 5 billion yen. That's like a dream.
バカバカしい。
Oh, we're back with the adults?
まさかお前たちは親父殿の黄金伝説を本当に信じているのかね。
Ridiculous. Is it possible you all truly believe in Father's legend of the gold?
魔女が黄金を与えた云々はさすがに信じねえさ。だが黄金の話だけは間違いじゃない。
Of course we don't believe that story about a witch giving him gold, but there's no mistake about the gold itself.
お父様が出自不明の金塊を持っていたことは複数の筋から確認されているわ。
The fact that Father obtained gold bars from an unknown source has been confirmed in several ways.
死んだマルソーの会長は生前、お父様に某所で積み上げられた金塊を実際に見せられたという。
We've heard that before the president of the Maruso company died, Father showed him a large pile of gold somewhere.
お父様はそれを指して10トン分あるとはっきり明言したわ。
Father used that man's claim as proof that there were 10 tons worth.
老いぼれのざれ言じゃないか。親父殿と一緒に存在しない黄金の存在をでっち上げただけだ。
That's just the nonsense of a senile old man. Along with Father, he was just fabricating a story.
取るにも足らない。
Can't take it seriously.
存在せん黄金にあないな軍資金は集まらへんで。
That gold didn't exist. He wouldn't have been able to gather so much funding.
会長さんは生前その真摯なお人柄であれだけ大勢の財界人から尊敬を集めたお人や。
Before the president died, he was a person with such a sincere personality that he earned the respect of many in the business world.
詐欺の片棒なんか担がへん。
He wouldn't have become a partner to such fraud.
兄貴、マルソーの会長は確かに見てんだ。10トンの黄金をはっきりとその目で。
Aniki, the president of Maruso definitely saw it. 10 tons of it, clearly with his own eyes.
しかも親父はそのインゴットの一つを任意で抜き取らせ、会長に持ち帰らせて鑑定させた。
Even more, Dad let the president take one ingot at random and have it examined.
それは10キロのインゴットで、鑑定結果は純度49。
Results of the examination showed that the 10 kilogram ingot was 99.99% pure.
インゴット表面には後ろ宮家の家紋である片翼の鷲が刻印されていたという。
He said that the Ushiromiya family crest, the one-winged eagle, was imprinted on it.
後ろ宮の黄金伝説は瞬く間に財界のフィクサーたちの間に広がったわ。
Almost instantly, Ushiromiya legend of the gold spread amongst the fixers of the business world.
鋳造元不明の黄金は換金率が悪い。
Gold from an unknown foundry has a poor rate of conversion into money.
ボロ儲けのチャンスだと思った彼らはそれを担保に認め、結果お父様は莫大な融資を受けることができた。
Oh, one moment. Okay, I'm back. Thinking that it was a chance for decisive profits, they accepted it as collateral, and as a result, Father was able to receive massive loans.
バカバカしいにも程があるじゃないか。
Is there no limit to the absurdity you're willing to accept?
お前たちはいくつになるんだ？
How old are you people?
まだそんな子供の頃のおとぎ話を真に受けているのかね？
Are you still taking that nursery tale you heard as children seriously?
第一、その10トンの黄金の証拠はどこにあるんだ？親父殿と親交の深かったごく一部の人間のざれ言だけじゃないか。
Where's the proof that this 10 tons of gold even exists? Aren't you just parroting the lies of father and those few close to him?
もちろん口伝だけさ。でもよ兄貴、親父が調達した莫大な金はそれに見合う担保が必要だった。
Of course, it's just a story. But still, Aniki, the amount of money Dad raised required a suitable amount of collateral.
仮に黄金がデマでも、それに匹敵する価値あるお宝を親父が見せたのは紛れもない事実じゃねえのかい？
Even if the gold itself was just a rumor, it's an undoubtable fact that he showed them a treasure of comparable worth.
都市空間の親父殿が作った黄金幻想さ。ありもしない黄金をあるかに振る舞い、スポンサーたちを騙したんだ。
It was just an illusion of money created by our penniless father. He acted as though he actually had gold that didn't exist, fooling his sponsors.
一世一代の大博打だったのだろう。
It was probably the gamble of a lifetime.
運よくその資産の運用に成功できた。
Luckily, his use of those funds proved successful.
もし当時の外需拡大がなかったら後ろ宮家の再興はならず、親父殿は世紀のペテン師として追われていただろう。
If the Korean War demands hadn't come and the Ushiromiya family had not been restored, father would probably have been hounded after as the crook of the century.
じゃあクラウス兄さんは黄金など最初から存在せず、すべてお父さんのでっち上げだ言うんか？
So, are you saying the gold never existed and father made it all up?
もちろんさ。だから十分な成功を収めた後には黄金幻想など面倒なだけだった。
Of course. And because of that, the illusion of gold became a mere inconvenience once he'd achieved enough success.
だから親父殿は魔女だの黒魔術だのとわけのわからないことを後に言い出して信憑性を薄めたのさ。
That's why, later on, father added all that about a witch and black magic, weakening the credibility of the entire story.
つまり黄金幻想がでっち上げであることを明かしたのだよ。
In other words, he revealed that the illusion of the gold was a fabrication.
魔女に黄金を授かったなどといえば、もはや誰も黄金の存在を信じたりはしまい。
If he claimed to have received the gold from a witch, no one would believe that it existed at all, right?
あるいはお前たちのために言い出したのかもしれないな。なのに、ありもしない黄金を遺産分配に含めて議論しようというバカな息子たちが現れる。
It's also possible he said it for all of your sakes. Nevertheless, here comes some stupid offspring wanting to divide up this non-existent gold, along with the rest of the inheritance.
ローザ、まさかお前までこんなでっち上げを信じてるって言うんじゃないだろうな。
Rosa, don't tell me that even you believe in a fabrication like this.
私はお父様が本当に黄金を持っていたかどうかを確かめることはできない。でもお父様の4人の子供の一人として正当な分を主張したいだけよ。
I can't prove whether or not father really had the gold. I just want to claim my rightful share, as one of father's 4 children.
ほう。ローザも言うようになったじゃないか。なるほど。お前たちはこう言いたいわけかね。
Oh? It seems even you have started to talk that way, Rosa. I see. So that's what you're all getting at.
私が黄金を独り占めしようとしていると。
You're trying to claim that I'm attempting to keep all the gold for myself.
兄さんが莫大な軍資金を調達したのは事実。それがお父様の個人資産の横領では断じてありえないというなら、つまりはそういうことよ。
Isan, you've gathered a massive supply of funds. That's a fact. If we rule out the possibility that you've been embezzling father's personal funds, then there's only one possibility left, right?
兄貴はすでに10トンの金塊を見つけてるんじゃないかって。俺たちはそう見てるのさ。
Aniki, we've been thinking that you might have found those 10 tons of gold bars.
バカバカしい。そんなものは元より存在しない。
Ridiculous. Such a thing never existed in the first place.
じゃあ説明なさいよ。お父様の財産の横領、お父様の隠し黄金。
Then explain yourself. Was it embezzlement of father's assets or father's hidden gold?
そのどちらでもないなら、どうやってあれだけの軍資金を調達できたっていうの？
How could you have gathered so much funding if not by one of these methods?
私にも政界財界に友人が多くいてね。
Even I have many friends in the political and financial realms.
彼らから協力を得ただけに過ぎんよ。
I've earned their cooperation, nothing more.
それについてお前たちに説明する義務はない。
And on that matter, I have no responsibility to explain myself to you. I think he actually does. I mean, I feel like that's a valid concern that he would have to show that his money is separate from father's money.
分かっているだろう。話せぬ方面の筋もある。
You understand, don't you? There are some topics that ought not to be spoken of.
兄貴がそうだと言い張るんならそれでいいさ。
You insist on that point. That's all well and good for now.
でもよ兄貴、親父は長くない。
But Aniki, Dad doesn't have long.
来年の今日まで生きてるなんて誰にも保証できねえんだぜ。
Nobody can ensure that he'll live to see this day next year.
親父が死ねばその時点で遺産相続だ。俺たちは全員の立場から中立な弁護士と会計士を立てて親父の財政状況を調査させるぜ。
The inheritance process will begin at the instant of Dad's death. We'll arrange for lawyers and accountants who are impartial to all of us and have them inspect Dad's financial situation.
その時、お父様の資産に兄さんが不当な干渉をしていることが発覚したなら、お分かりね。
At that time, if it comes to light that you've unjustly interfered with Father's money, you understand, right?
何の話だかさっぱりわからんね。妻でなくても憤慨したい気持ちだ。
I don't have a clue what you're talking about. You're starting to make me feel as indignant as my wife was.
お父さんの黄金はもちろんお父さんの財産や。表に出せん金やっちゅうのも分かっとる。しかし4人に公平な権利があるはずや。
Of course, Father's gold is part of Father's fortune. We understand it's money you can't reveal openly, but the 4 siblings should have an equal right to it.
つまり、兄貴が黄金を独り占めしていないかどうか、兄貴についても財務状況を調査させてもらうぜってことなのさ。
In other words, we're gonna have your financial situation investigated as well as Dad's to determine whether you're hoarding the gold or not.
いい機会じゃない。兄さんの言うところの友人知人にバックアップしてもらったというところを証明なさいよ。
Isn't this a great opportunity? Right now, prove the existence of your so-called support from friends and acquaintances.
私たちはくだらない疑いを持ってしまったことを潔く謝れるわ。
That way, we can sportingly apologize for foolishly doubting you.
ねえ、ローザ。
Right, Rosa?
そうね。クラウス兄さんこそ話をはぐらかしてるわ。
That's right. Kraus Nissan, you're the one who's dodging the issue.
やましいところがないというなら、証明してくれればいいだけの話なのに、兄さんはまるで取り合おうとしてくれない。
If you were guiltless, you could just prove that you were in the right, but you aren't even trying to do so.
だがまあ、兄貴の立場にも配慮するさ。親父の名代ということで、俺たちより一つ多く責任を背負ってるところもあるだろう。
However, Aniki, we still have to consider your position here. As Dad's representative, you're probably bearing a larger share of the burden than we are.
今まで散々気楽に過ごしてきた俺たちが、それを察しないでブーブー言うのは、こりゃフェアな話じゃないぜ。
We've been living terribly relaxed lives until now, so it wouldn't be fair for the rest of us to complain without taking your efforts into account.
ほう。さっきから落とされたり持ち上げられたりと忙しい。
Oh? Seems you cannot make up your mind whether to flatter me or slander me.
本題に入りたまえ。
Please get to the point.
つまりな、お父さんの財産をあれこれ調べて重箱の隅をつっつくんはブスやないかって話なんや。
Basically, randomly investigating nitpicky aspects of father's wealth seems like a pretty crude way to go about it.
クラウス兄さんの言う通り、うまく説明できん金の動きもあるやろ。
As you've said, Kraus-Nissan, there may have been movements of money that are difficult to explain.
そこを理解した上で、わしらは兄さんに相談を持ってきたんや。
We've come to consult with you today while fully aware of that point.
お互いにとって悪うない相談や。
Both sides stand to gain from talking about this now.
相談？ほう。
A consultation? Oh?
遺産分配時に、今日まで親父の面倒を見てきてくれた兄貴のご苦労を最大限に汲み取り、分配に寛大な理解を示そうってことさ。
When the inheritance is divided, you'll be rewarded for your years of hard work taking care of Dad by an agreement that's generous in your favor.
間違えないでよ。別に私たちの権利を放棄するって言ってるわけじゃないのよ。
Don't misunderstand us, Nissan. We aren't saying that we'll abandon our rights.
ただ、その権利を主張する際に、
But when we make our claim for what we deserve,
兄さんの立場に立った寛大な理解があってもいいんじゃないかしら、ということなのよ。
we might as well offer a generous understanding for your position. That's what we mean.
つまり、条件を飲んでくれたら、わしらは遺産分配時にお父さんの財務状況調査をクラウス兄さんに一任してもいいっちゅうこっちゃ。
In other words, if you accept our conditions, then when the inheritance is divided, we'll leave the investigation of Father's financial situation to you, Kraus-Nissan. All of the siblings from Ava downward suspected that Kraus was trying to steal their father's wealth. So letting Kraus report the state of that wealth was extremely contradictory and a huge concession. If, as they claimed, Kraus was actually embezzling money, Kraus would be able to hide that fact. Besides which, it'd be possible for him to control the distribution of the inheritance in a manner favorable to himself. Kraus, realizing that this sounded too good to be true, couldn't help but feel suspicious. He couldn't help but worry about what they'd ask for in exchange.
ほう。信用ゼロの私に長兄としての信頼を返してくれるというのか。
Oh? After mistrusting me completely, you now say that you're willing to restore your confidence in me as the eldest sibling?
その見返りは何だね?
So, what is it you want in return?
同じ兄弟としての公平な権利さ。
Just what we deserve as siblings.
俺たちの兄貴は親父の財産をかすめ取るようなやつじゃない。だがしかし、兄貴に融資するパトロンも存在しない。
You aren't the kind of person who'd steal Dad's property, but you also aren't being financed by some patron.
となりゃ、つまりこういうことなら兄弟は納得するわけさ。
Considering all that, there is a certain explanation that'd satisfy the rest of us.
兄さんは10トンの黄金を見つけ、それを担保に軍資金を作った。
Nissan, you found 10 tons of gold and used that as collateral to gather some funding.
そう。お父様がかつてそうしたようにね。
Yes, just like father did in the past, right?
そういうことなら、お父さんの財務状況におかしな点は一切あらへん。
If that's the case, there won't be any funny business in father's finances.
クラウス兄さんはずっとお父さんの世話をしてきた高校息子や。
You've always been a good son, looking after father.
そないな人を信用せんわけにはいかへん。
Why do we mistrust a person like that?
回りくどくて分かりづらいな。
You're being so roundabout, I can barely understand you.
もっとはっきり具体的に言いたまえ。
Please speak in clearer and more practical terms.
条件の一つ目。まず兄貴は、親父の黄金を見つけていたことを認めること。
Our first condition. Aniki, you must admit that you found Dad's gold.
ありもしない黄金を私が持っていると認めろと。
Are you asking me to admit I possess gold that doesn't exist?
条件2。その黄金について、兄弟の取り分を認め、これを支払うこと。
Our second condition. You'll acknowledge that each sibling has a right to a share of the gold. You will pay out those shares.
バカな。ありもしない200億の黄金について一人頭50億、合計150億を支払えというのか。
How foolish. With that non-existent 20 billion yen of gold, that would be 5 billion yen per person. Are you telling me to pay a total of 15 billion yen?
バカバカしい。
Ridiculous.
最後まで聞きなあれ。
Keep listening till the end.
そない大金出てくるのは分かっとる。でけへん取引はするつもりないで。
We know that much money can't just pop out of nowhere. We're not asking you to make an impossible deal.
もちろん黄金の取り分についてもクラウス兄さんの今日までのご苦労を十分にねぎらって換算するつもりや。
Of course, regarding the portions of the gold, we plan to reward you plenty for your hard work until now.
条件3。黄金の分配は、後宮本家当主跡継ぎの肩書きに 50%。残りを兄弟の正当な取り分として分割。
Our third condition. The portion of the gold to the one bearing the title of successor to the Ushiromiya head family will be 50%. The remainder will be considered the fair share for the siblings and divided up.
もちろん、クラウス兄さんもこれには含めるわよ。
Of course, this also includes you, Kraus-Nissan.
200億のうち、125億を兄貴に、25億をエヴァ姉さんに、25億を俺に、25億をローザに。
Of the 20 billion, 12.5 billion will go to Aniki, 2.5 billion will go to Eva Nesan, 2.5 billion will go to me, and 2.5 will go to Rosa.
ありがたくて涙が出る分配じゃないか。
That division scheme makes me so grateful I could cry.
存在しない黄金のために、お前たちに75億支払えというのかね。
I love these shady business people who hate each other. They are so shady. You're saying for the sake of gold doesn't exist, I must pay you 7.5 billion yen.
何よ。
What's wrong?
兄さんの取り分は私たちの5倍じゃない。
Nissan, your share is 5 times the size of ours. Yeah, they just go from being nice siblings and cousins and whatnot to trying to murder each other with business. At this point in the story, who do you think is going to do some murders based on the vibes? I don't know. Well, like, I would almost think, like, if I knew nothing, I would think that, what's his face here, Kraus, would kill, the father. Yeah. Because he's, I don't know. He was acting really shady earlier. Definitely Maria, 100%. Never trust children. Yeah, Maria is pretty strange. What do I know then? Or think I know? Well, I mean, I probably know nothing. Well, I don't know. Like I said, I know. And okay, and if anybody's listening that doesn't want to hear spoilers, close your ears for like 10-15 seconds. But anyway, I know that in the end, like the witch, or in the end of chapter 1, the witch, Beatrice, however you pronounce it, comes and, like, she says she killed all the people, and then Battler tries to refute her. But that's about it. Like, but if we're saying who in this house would kill each other based on the vibes, like I said, Kraus was giving out some anti-father vibes earlier. I mean, I would sort of suspect that he would just kill the father when they're not around. I don't know. Rosa is a little sus. And Maria, yeah. But Rosa is just like the bullied kid. Rosa is the bullied kid that comes into school with an AK-47. Oh my. Perhaps that was a bit crude. But yeah, and then Maria acts a little strange at times. But Maria's a kid. Maybe Canon could do a little bit of murder. Just a tad bit of murder. For mysterious reasons. But other than that, I don't know. I'm not really getting murder vibes other than that. At least not yet. Just a tad bit of murder. Just a smidgen. Love all the early reads. Very intriguing. Why Canon of the servant group? Like, he acts... I don't know. Well, I mean, he definitely hates, oh, what's the new chef name? Oh, wait. Hold on. I have a thing for this. Oh yeah, Goda. I mean, Canon definitely hates Goda because Goda picks on Shannon. So at the very least, I could see Canon killing Goda. Let's see. Yeah, Maria just acts strange. Rosa, the bullied kid. I don't know about Genji. Genji seems pretty straightforward. Although, he's the silent butler type. I mean, he is a bit mysterious. The siblings... Yeah, I'm not really getting murder vibes off of them, just... Well, like I said, other than Rosa. But Rudolph, Ava, and Kraus... I don't know. Kraus, yeah, like I said, is the most suspicious. I feel like he'd kill Kinzo when nobody else is around, or just to get him out of the way and cement his family head status. Magical Chef Goda, or Magical Goda Chef. Guy who was hired like 2 years ago and wants to be the most respected one somehow. Yeah. He just does not fit in. I think Goda really wants to ingratiate himself to Natsuhi, especially since she's the one who hired him. I don't know, maybe Natsuhi could also give off some of those bullied kid vibes. But I mean, so many people just seem like they hate each other that it's hard to get an actual, like, definitive, oh yeah, this person would definitely kill that person. Okay. I don't think I read this yet. What's wrong? Nissan, your share is 5 times the size of ours.
私なら踊り上がっちゃう好条件よ。
These are such good terms. I'd be jumping for joy. Man, Ava is definitely really mean. She hides the meanness. But she mean. Our fourth condition.
分配金は親父の死亡時に遺産分配に含めて生産する。
The gold will be liquidated, distributed along with the inheritance at the time of father's death.
ただし、手付金として俺たちの取り分の 10% を即納してもらう。
However, as a deposit, 10% of our portions are to be paid to us promptly.
支払いは来年3月までだ。
These payments must be made before March of next year.
どや、クラウス兄さん。お父さんの財産をめぐる信頼を回復する絶好のチャンスやないか。
What do you think, Kraus-Nissan? This is an ideal chance for you to restore the trust regarding your handling of father's assets, isn't it?
さすがに75億の大金はお父さんが亡くなったからやないと無理やろ。
Of course, it might be impossible to get a whole 7.5 billion before father dies.
だが、手付けの7億半はなんとかできんこともないんとちゃうか？
But it should be possible for you to manage a deposit of 750 million, right?
半年で7億ってのはちょいとしんどい話だが。
Paying 700 million in half a year might sound like a pain.
政界財界に友人が多いってのが自慢の兄貴なら、なんとかできるだろ？
Well, you should be able to manage it. What with all your friends in political and business spheres?
本当なら、今すぐ75億を一括で払ってもらいたいところよ。
Normally, we'd hope to receive the 7.5 billion right now, all at once.
でも兄さんの立場に配慮して、とりあえず1割を納める誠意を見せてくれたら。
But out of concern for you, we'll show our sincerity by only asking for 10% of that for the time being.
残りの9割は遺産分配時に持ち越してくれていいってことなの。
The remaining 90% can wait until the inheritance is distributed.
ね?
See?
1割程度の誠意なら兄さんにだって示せるんじゃない？
Even you'd be capable of managing a mere 10% to show your sincerity.
親父殿の財政状況調査を私に一任する権利を7億5千万で売りつけようというのかね。
So, you're trying to sell me the right to assess father's financial situation for 750 million yen?
上等じゃないか。
How impressive.
お前たちも成長したものだ。この私に取引を持ちかけられるようになるとは。
You all certainly have grown. To think that I'm now the one being offered deals.
これらを兄さんが飲むなら、私たち兄弟はお父様の財産状況調査を兄さんに一任する。
Nissan, if you accept these terms, the rest of us siblings will leave the investigation of father's assets to you.
ただし、その調査結果は公弁の対象となる。
However, the results of that investigation will be subject to scrutiny.
当然よね。75億分、私たちの取り分が減るように調整されちゃったら悲しいもの。
It's only natural, right? We'd be so sad if you managed things so that our 7.5 billion share shrank.
原則的に文句は言わねえつもりだ。兄貴が綺麗にやってくれたならそれでいい。
We'll avoid complaining as a general rule. Just make sure you do it neat and tidy.
よっぽど露骨なことをしなけりゃ、俺たちはことを荒立てるつもりなんかねえんだぜ。
As long as you don't try anything that's blatantly obvious, we've got no intention of stirring things up.
俺たちだって早く遺産が欲しい。いつまでもグダグダして取りっぱぐれたくねえんだ。
We want our inheritance quickly too. We don't want to see it all we don't want it to get all drawn out and left hanging.
公弁された場合の再調査は誰がするのかね。
If a complaint is made, who would carry out the follow-up investigation?
兄さんでいいわ。多分これが兄弟で合議する最初で最後の機会だもの。
We don't mind if it's you. This is probably the first and last chance for us siblings to reach a consensus.
そんなことにはならないと信じてる。
I believe it won't come to that.
ローザもたまには言うわね。
Looks like even you can speak up now and then, Rosa. By this point, it's obvious that Kraus wasn't at all trusted as the oldest sibling, so there's no need to go into detail. The formerly tyrannical oldest brother had always abused his privileges and violated the other siblings' shares. It was in response to this that the other three, now adults, were finally teaming up and striking back for the first time.
申し訳ないが、条件5。この取り決めはお父さんの遺言上に優先する。
Sorry, but there's more. Our fifth condition. This decision must take precedence over Father's will. I'm pretty sure that's illegal, isn't it?
後になってこの取り決めが保護になるような遺言が出てきちゃかなわんちゅうこっちゃな。
Later on, we don't want some will to appear and make this decision completely irrelevant.
入念じゃないか。なら質問だが、仮に本当に黄金が見つかった場合、どうするのかね。
I see that you're very cautious. Then let me ask, if the gold really were found, what would you do?
それに対する支払いを兄貴が済ませてる以上、俺たちは本当に黄金が出てこようがどうでもいいことさ。
Since you'll be making payments to us for what the gold's worth, the rest of us really don't care if we ever see the gold or not.
俺たちの取り分は先払いってな感じになるわけだからな。
You can think of our share as an advance payment.
夢があっていいじゃない。
It's good to have dreams, isn't it?
この島をリゾート化するつもりなんでしょ？その工事の途中でひょっこり黄金が見つかるかもしれないじゃない。
You plan to turn this island into a resort, right? You might stumble upon the gold by chance during construction. Ava let out a high-pitched laugh. Kraus watched but didn't even flinch.
条件に7をつけてもらおう。私以外の兄弟が黄金を発見した場合、速やかに私に引き渡すこと。
Let me add a seventh condition before I accept. In the situation that any sibling other than myself finds the gold, they will immediately turn it over to me.
もちろん保証するわよ。
Yes, yes. Of course, we'll hold on to it for you. It was a play on words. Of course, the others, who were forcing Kraus to pay money for some non-existent gold, wouldn't save Kraus his portion if they actually found it. From the beginning, this deal had been nothing more than a threat directed at Kraus. Regardless of the actual facts, it was still extremely likely that Kraus was embezzling his father's assets. When Kinzo faced death at last and had his inheritance distributed, some unpleasant facts would surely come to light. That could easily become fatal to Kraus. The others had spotted this weak point and were threatening their brother under the veil of compromise, trying to wring a huge sum of money out of him. However, they had forgotten one thing. They'd forgotten that their brother's brain moved so swiftly, at least when it came to cunning and guile, that they'd been forced to band together to combat him. While Ava couldn't stop smiling, sure of her victory, Kraus let out a gloating laugh to show how relaxed he was.
とても良い話じゃないか。私もお前たちとの関係が疎遠になっていたことには非常に心を痛めていた。
This all makes for such a touching story. My estrangement from you all has left a deep pain in my heart.
この条件を飲むことによって兄弟間の関係が再び有効なものにできるなら、それはとても嬉しいことだよ。
If accepting these conditions mean we siblings can become friends again, it would please me to no end.
喜んで話に乗らせてもらおうじゃないか。喜べ、ローザ。
I'd be happy to agree to your deal. Rejoice, Rosa.
取引は成立だ。
We have reached an understanding. Rosa's expression dimmed. It was never a good sign when her brother started talking like this. Ava also keenly picked up on this. That's why she was unable to wipe away a sense of unease, even though Kraus had obediently accepted the deal.
嫌に素直ね。兄さんらしくもないわ。
My, how obedient of you. It's not like you at all, Nissan.
それはひどいじゃないか。
What a cruel thing to say.
私に下心があるというのかね？
You implying I have some ulterior motive?
あるわけもないさ。お前たちと同じだ。
Of course I don't. I'm just the same as all of you. Just the same as all of you. He seemed to emphasize just that one part. The color of Rudolph's face darkened. To him, it sounded as though Kraus was saying, I have a plan similar to yours. So Rudolph panicked. He rushed to bring this nearly resolved discussion to a conclusion.
ならいいんだ。じゃあ兄貴、ここにサインをもらえるか？
Then we're good. So, Aniki, would you mind signing here?
今の話を書き出した俺たちの誓約書だ。
This is a written contract summarizing the discussion we've just been having.
人数分ある。
There's one
同じ
for...
内容に全員がサインする。
Oops. There's one for each of us. Everyone will sign for the same contents. Rudolph took 4 written contracts out of his breast pocket that had the details of their deal written on them.
クラウス兄さんの提案した条件7ももちろん今から追記するで。
The 7th condition you proposed will, of course, be added right now.
安心したってな。
Don't worry about that.
兄貴、ペン使うか？
Aniki, need a pen? Rudolph took a fountain pen out of his breast pocket and offered it to Kraus. Kraus made as if to accept it, but then, with a small laugh, he drew back his hand without taking it and spoke.
実はこの取り決めを確かに履行するために1点だけ修正を提案したい。
Actually, in order to ensure that this agreement is properly executed, I'd like to propose an amendment on just one point. As soon as Kraus said that single sentence, all of the siblings felt as though something ominous was creeping up on their backs at the same time.
ダメよ。もう決まった話よ。黙ってサインを。
That won't do. We've already decided, haven't we? Just stay quiet and sign it.
エヴァ、何を焦っているんだね。もちろんサインはする。お前たちに黄金の分け前、75億円分を約束する。
Why are you in such a hurry, Ava? Of course I'll sign. I promise the share of the gold going to all of you will be 7.5 billion yen.
親父殿の遺産分配の時、きれいさっぱり清算することも約束する。
I also promise that when father's inheritance is distributed, I will cleanly and neatly liquidate it.
だが、一点だけどうしても譲歩してもらいたい部分があるのだよ。
However, there is one point that I simply must insist that you compromise on.
何の話だよ。どの点が気に入らねえってんだ？
What are you talking about? What don't you like?
分け前の1割、7億5千万円を即納する点だよ。
The part about promptly paying 10% of your share, 750 million yen.
お前たちの指摘通り、私の財政状況は決して裕福ではない。
As you pointed out, my financial situation is far from prosperous.
数々の先行投資によって未来に必ず回収できると保証されながらも、
While I can guarantee that I will collect on various future investments,
今のこの時点では火の車であることは認めなければならない。
I must admit that I am quite poor at the present moment.
つまり、今すぐに動かせる金は全くないということだ。私は無能で詳細の嗅覚も鈍い。
In short, I have absolutely no money that I can move around right now. I am incompetent, and my business sense is dull.
お前たちの言うところの弱り目の私には、7億半も半年で動かせる力はないということだよ。
Since I am the loser you all claim me to be, I don't have the power to move 750 million yen in just half of a year.
そんなはずはないでしょ。いい加減なことを言ってこの場をごまかす気？
That can't be true. Are you trying to deceive us with such a half-baked trick?
遺産分配時に全て一括で清算する。
At the time of the division of the inheritance, I will liquidate everything at once.
1割を即納する条件を削除したまえ。
Remove the condition that I must pay you 10% in advance.
それが私にサインさせるための唯一の条件だ。
That is the only condition under which I am willing to sign.
クラウス兄さん、この1割はな、あくまでもお兄さんの誠意を測る数字なんやで。
Kraus Nissan, that 10% is nothing more than a number to measure your sincerity, isn't it?
本当なら取引の余地もない話や。
All things being equal, you shouldn't have any room to negotiate at all.
そこを100歩譲った上で、とりあえず1割の誠意でこの場を丸く収めちゃるっちゅう大サービスなんやで。
We're doing you a huge favor by offering to let things slide for just 10% in good faith money.
そう説明した上で、そこを断るっちゅうんは、互いの信頼関係にちょいと影を落とすんとちゃいますか？
Now that we've explained that, you rejecting our offer would seriously damage our trust and relationship, right? Hideyoshi had a humble expression on his face and was rubbing his hands together, but his eyes weren't calm at all. Kraus had already seen through to the shadow in the depths of those eyes.
お前たちは何を焦っているのかね。それとも何に怯えているのかね。
Why are you all in such a rush? Or could it be that you're afraid of something?
どうぞ。私にだけは教えてくれんかね。
Rosa, won't you tell me alone?
他の兄弟たちには内緒でこっそりと。
Secretly, so the rest of the siblings can't hear.
別に私は。
It's not as though I...
よせよ、兄貴。俺たちは兄貴がサインするかしないかしか聞いてない。妙な勘繰りも交渉もなしだ。
Quit it, Aniki. All we're asking is whether you're gonna sign or not. Just forget about making any strange deals or any other suspicious moves.
ほう。私には交渉の余地もないと。立場が弱いのは私の方で、公平な関係ではないと、そう言いたいのかね。
Oh? You say I have no room to negotiate? Are you trying to claim that I am in a weak position, which therefore puts us in an unequal relationship? Shivers begin to crawl up Rudolph's back. He begins to feel himself getting overwhelmed by the height of his brother's completely insurmountable wall, and the long shadow that had existed ever since they were children.
取引は公平な関係であるべきじゃないのかね。
Shouldn't deals be made between those on even footing?
この取引は私にとっては、弟や妹たちと長いこと失ってきた信頼を取り戻し、兄弟愛を深め合うもの。
From my perspective, this deal will help restore the long-lost trust of my younger siblings and deepen the love between us.
それは私にとって緊急に解決したかった心のしこりだ。それが今日解決できてとても嬉しいと思う。
It's an old problem that's been eating at me, and one that I would prefer to resolve as soon as possible. I would be overjoyed if we could resolve it today.
だがお前たちもこの取引を急ぎ締結することがとても嬉しいんじゃないのかね。
However, it seems I'm not the only one who'd be quite glad to close this deal quickly. Am I wrong? Kraus stared at each of his siblings. They avoided his gaze with an animal-like instinct. Only Hideyoshi was slow in avoiding it, so he was caught by Kraus's gaze.
秀吉兄さん、あなたの会社非常に好調子だそうじゃないですか。
Hideyoshi-san, I hear your company has been doing extremely well lately.
トントン拍子で上場を果たし、業績も株価も右肩上がり。
At a brisk pace, it went public, and both its track record and its stock prices have soared.
実にお羨ましいことです。
I am truly jealous.
うちの人の話は関係ないでしょ。
We aren't here to talk about my husband.
だが、株主たちに対する還元を怠ったのが悪かった。
However, it is unfortunate that you have neglected your stockholders.
そして上場した時に足回りを固めきらなかったのもまずかった。
It's even more unfortunate that you were unable to solidify your base when you became stock listed.
気づいた時にはたちの悪い連中に自社株をだいぶ買い集められていたらしいじゃないですか。
Before you realized it, some bad-natured colleagues of yours had bought up a huge share of your company's stock, right?
なんでそんな話知っとるんや。
How could you know about that?
秀吉さんと同じですよ。
The same way you knew about me.
私に融資する人間などいないと裏を取れる程度に、私も秀吉さんの裏を取れるのです。
If it's possible to collect evidence proving that no one would offer a loan to me, then it's possible for me to collect evidence on you.
そんな不思議があることはないじゃないですか。
Is it really so unexpected as that? Kraus grinned broadly. In contrast, Hideyoshi's face was rapidly turning pale. Hideyoshi's company was a restaurant chain management company that he'd started from nothing. Thanks to Hideyoshi's management efforts, the company had achieved success repeatedly, expanding its range, and a petition to make it a stock-listed company had recently succeeded. The greatest advantage of being in the stockholding system is that you can sell stock certificates and gain a large amount of financing. That amount tends to be far greater than a business's normal profits. So this is an extremely effective way to gather massive funds to expand a business even further. However, in exchange for financing the company, the stockholders gain certain rights. They're given rights that allow them to observe and guide the company that they're invested in, leading to profits even greater than their original investments. This right is guaranteed to the stockholders, and they sometimes use it to dismiss ineffectual management. The right allows them to keep an eye on management and prevent the money they've invested in the company from going to waste. However, if they use it forcibly, they can eject the former management and take over the company. After all, dismissing management and nominating new management are powers held by the general body of all shareholders. That power is determined by the majority decision of the stockholders, and people who hold more stock get to cast more votes. In other words, if some person or group holds a majority of the stock, they can freely chase out the old management and make the president anyone they'd like. If they want, it's also possible to make themselves president. Most companies take various defensive measures to stop malicious people from buying up their stock and threatening their position, like ensuring lots of stock is bought by those close to them, such as company employees. However, Hideyoshi's company had only recently become stock listed, and he hadn't had the time to strengthen those defensive measures. Murder mystery? Sorry, you're now reading an economics textbook. Yeah. Yeah, just earlier we were talking about the gold and like how much it would weigh and how much space it would take up. Yeah. And now we have stock economics. Oh boy. Or maybe Hideyoshi was so engrossed in the management of his company that he couldn't properly understand the dangers of being stock listed. It's hard to say whether he should be viewed as a kind-hearted manager immersed in the work of management, or a foolish manager who had his feet swept out from under him. Hideyoshi's company's stock price going to the moon. Yes. Buy Hideyoshi stock. Hold! Hold! To the moon! Oh wait, no, that... Wait. Yeah. Buy it early, sell it later. And then if the stock price goes down, then you buy a whole bunch and hold on to it. And pray that it goes up. Oh, yeah. That whole GameStop thing coming back to me now. In other words, there existed some people who wouldn't let him get away with that with that naivety unscathed. They began repeatedly buying up stock in Hideyoshi's company, rapidly gaining such strength that they couldn't be ignored. Then they sent anonymous documents to the shareholders in an attempt to gain control of the majority. The documents read, "The current management continues to make pointless investments and is ignoring the needs of the stockholders. Let us force the current management to retire, cut the current wasted investment, and let this company be born again as one that gives them more money, or as one that gives more back to the stockholders." Very difficult to make the actual state of a company's management known. The fruits of Hideyoshi's sleepless nights and constant concern for his company were cruelly distorted, and he lost the trust of his stockholders. Thanks to these efforts, this group had almost collected a majority of the company's stock, At that point, even Hideyoshi noticed and started to buy back the stock. But the stockholders realized that the company was undergoing an acquisition maneuver, and each demanded a ridiculous price for the shares that Hideyoshi was trying to buy back. They continually tortured Hideyoshi, who had no leeway in negotiation of the price. One of the certainties of capitalism is that the price will rise when two parties vie for the same thing. And one of the certainties of democracy is that the majority controls everything. So in the end, whoever manages to buy up the most stock wins. Put another way, whoever has the most money wins. Unless Hideyoshi could obtain a large sum of money at this critical time, he could easily lose all he had built so far. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now. It's my money and I need it now. J.G. Wentworth. Oh. He couldn't wait for the division of Kinzo's inheritance, since no one knew when he would die.
ルドルフの方も最近は大変だそうじゃないかね。
And you, Rudolph, have been in quite a lot of trouble lately too, haven't you?
海外は怖いとよく言うが、本当にそうらしいな。
You always hear people say it's terrifying overseas, but it seems it really is true.
アメリカの裁判は極めて感情的に決まる。
American trials are settled quite emotionally.
彼らは外国人に寛大な判決など出しはしない。
They never hand down generous judgments to foreigners.
先方と和解した方が結局は安上がりになると、弁護士に忠告を受けたんじゃないのかね。
Weren't you advised by your lawyer that making a settlement with the other party would be more economical in the long run?
何の話?
What's this all about?
まあ仕事上のトラブルさ。大したことじゃない。
Well, it's just some trouble from work. No big deal.
金で切りのつく話さ。
Nothing you can't settle with money. Kyrie immediately guessed the meaning behind the subtle expression on Rudolph's face. Her husband had gotten wrapped up in some kind of trouble without her knowledge, and had been worrying over it alone.
その通りさ。世の中なんだって金で蹴りがつく。失った兄弟の絆だって買い戻せるようにな。
That's right. In this world, anything can be settled with money. After all, it can even buy back the broken bonds between siblings.
アメリカは権利侵害などにはうるさい国だ。
America is very fussy about the violation of rights.
だが金さえあれば何でも和解できる。
But with money, anything can be settled. I don't like this. He speaks the truth, and I don't like it.
資本主義万歳だよ。
Long live capitalism.
もっとも、和解金は数百万ドルにも及びそうだとの噂もあるがね。
Though rumor has it that the settlement money could be as high as several $million. Rudolph had been building a large amount of wealth with a certain type of niche industry. However, a niche is a niche. It definitely wasn't a business exposed to the light of day. An American corporate giant was trying to accuse Rudolph's company of violating their rights. For various reasons, it was thought that victory for Rudolph in this trial would be extremely unlikely. He was being forced into an all-out surrender. But even so, there was a way for this to be resolved with money. If he could just pay that money, it might still be painful, but he'd be able to pick himself back up. But if he didn't pay, he'd lose everything. Therefore, more than anything else, he wanted a lot of money right now.
ローザは清く正しい妹だ。危険なマネーゲームなどには手を出さない。
Rosa, You're a good and noble little sister. You wouldn't get yourself involved in a dangerous money game.
だが、お人よしな性分が災いしたんじゃないかね。
However, your soft-hearted nature has brought you trouble, hasn't it?
連帯保証人は気安く引き受けるものではないと思うがね。
In my opinion, becoming a cosigner for anything that isn't something... becoming a cosigner for anything isn't something one should enter into lightly.
それはクラウス兄さんとは関係ない。
That's none of your business, Krausny-san. Rosa uncharacteristically laid bare her emotions and yelled. After all, no one was supposed to know that. As Kraus watched, he let slip a muffled laugh. Without exception, every one of them, more than anything else, wanted a lot of money right now. In other words, the situation had been reversed. Every time I see that, I just think of J.G. Wentworth commercial, "It's my money and I need it now." Every single time. That's what runs through my head. After all, the person the younger siblings were threatening was the only one who had no urgent need for a large sum of money. The other three, however, wanted a lot of money quickly, no matter the cost. In other words, the longer it took to establish this deal, the better position Kraus would be in. Kraus was extremely sly. He had known of their Achilles' heel from the beginning. Even so, he had not been certain. Therefore, he had hidden his knowledge until the very end, striking back only after analyzing their attitudes.
私もできることなら、可愛い弟や妹たちの危機に金を工面してやりたいと思っているよ。
If it were possible, I would like nothing more than to raise some money for my adorable siblings in their time of need.
だが、残念なことに持ち合わせがなくてね。
But unfortunately, I have nothing on hand.
7億半もの大金が工面できるスポンサーに心当たりがあるなら、先にそちらを当たってもらいたいのだよ。
If you know of any sponsors that might be able to raise a whole 750 million, I suggest you try there first. Kraus's elated words were so obviously detached from what he actually felt. The other siblings could do nothing more than listen, grinding their teeth. They could think of a sponsor that convenient. They wouldn't have kept up this charade. They had entered this huge battle specifically because they had exhausted all other options.
もしお前たちがどうしてもこの兄を頼りたいというなら、私の口利きでスポンサーを探してやってもよいのだがね。
However, if you do insist on relying on your big brother, I wouldn't mind using my influence to help you find such a sponsor.
おっと、私にはそんな者はいないと言っていたか。
Oh wait, I do believe you said that I have no influence.
それではどうにもならんね。
Well then, I'm afraid I won't be of much help to you. Krause's low, gloating laugh began to fill the parlor. The younger siblings, who had been driving the oldest brother into a corner until a moment ago, could do nothing more than grimace and grind their teeth.
エヴァ。
冗談じゃないわ。兄さんに借りなんか作れるもんですか。
Don't make me laugh, as if I'd ever put myself in your debt.
冗談じゃない。冗談じゃない。
Don't make me laugh. Don't make me laugh.
クラウス兄さんを頼ったらどう助けてくれるの？
If we relied on you, how exactly would you help us?
言ったではないか。私にできるのは他のスポンサーを探すだけだよ。もちろん、利息を融通してもらえるようには最大限交渉するがね。
I told you, didn't I? All I can do is find other sponsors for you. Of course, I will negotiate for the highest interest rate possible.
ちくしょう。足元見やがって。
Damn you, taking advantage of us.
あなた、落ち着いて。
Honey, please calm down.
落ち着いてるぜ。俺は極めて冷静だぜ。クソったりが。
I am calm. I'm extremely cool. You bastard. Kyrie grabbed her husband's hand, but that action made him feel even more pitiful, so Rudolph shook it off. Kraus laughed as though watching something highly amusing.
こんな時、本当に親父殿の隠し黄金が見つかればいいんだがね。そうすればすぐに25億ずつをこの場で切り分けてやれるのだが。
In times like these, it certainly would be nice to find Father's hidden gold. If you did, you could split it up into 2.5 billion yen portions right now.
残念、残念、残念、至極。
How sad, how sad, how very sad.
非常に極めて実にどうしようもなく残念だ。
How extremely, totally, truly, hopelessly sad.
今宵は兄弟みんなで酒を酌み交わしながら、ベアトリーチェの碑文の謎をみんなで解き明かしてみようじゃないかね。
Tonight, let us all drink together as we solve the riddle of Beatrice's epitaph and discover the location of Father's hidden gold.
仲良し兄弟が4人揃えば、きっと解けない謎はないはずさ。
If we four friendly siblings work together, there's surely no puzzle we can't solve. Oh my. Okay. Well, I think that's where I'm gonna stop for tonight. It's almost 12:40 here. I've gone way later than I meant to, but I was hoping there would be a stopping point a little sooner. But I imagine this is the best stopping point I'm going to get. Anyway, I will, like I said, I continue this every Monday until it's finished. I will be doing this next Monday. Tomorrow, I'm going back to Nobody Saves the World. I've been playing that recently. Good endpoint, same time zone. Good night. Yeah, you have a good night too. Thanks for stopping by. Been good having you here. By the way, feel free to check out, we have some links below the channel to, I have a Discord, a Twitter, and YouTube link down there under the socials banner. So if you're interested, feel free to check those out. You await your bedtime story next week. Yes. Kept you up a little late here tonight, but I hope you enjoyed your bedtime story. Very, very peaceful, happy bedtime story. Let's see. But yeah, anyway. Back to Nobody Saves the World tomorrow. I don't really have anything else planned for this week's special. It's probably going to take another day or two at least to finish. Yeah. So, in the meantime, thanks for being here. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you have a great rest of your day, night, whatever. Oh, am I doing the Delirium event on Sunday? Yes, I do plan to do that. So I also play Path of Exile. Play that a lot. I will plan to do Delirium for Sunday. I'll probably start my character. Well, I don't know. Yeah, that releases today. So I might start my character here. Maybe not tonight yet, but during the week. And get it a little leveled up, because I want to hit at least 50 for that mystery box. And then I'll just play for, I don't know, all day Sunday, I guess. We'll see how far I get. I'll probably get over level 50. But I'm worried about if I wait until Sunday again and I have terrible internet for some reason, like I did for Mayhem, then if that would happen, then I wouldn't be able to finish it. Yeah, if you wanna join in alongside me whenever I'm playing, feel free. Whether it be during the week or on Sunday, feel free to see me on. But yeah. Well, I think that's everything then. I don't really see anybody raid. Online currently. Let's see. Stick hasn't been doing too great. Oh well, here Afro's playing Neo too. Might as well raid him. Yeah, I love Neo too. So let's get that running. See you then. Or okay. I guess the raid counter's counting down. Anyway, gonna raid him. Have a great rest of your day, evening, whatever. I'll see you around. Bye-bye.
面白いことをする。